Langkah seirama ke depan menuju masa depan yang cerah, menjadi garda terdepan pendidikan, mengubah cara memimpin bangsa. Kami pada sivitas akademika, Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, bersatu tekad sukseskan pembangunan bangsa, menjadi ekonom terlatih terbimbing di bawah panji alma mater tercinta, Universitas Jember. Siap tunaikan dharma perguruan tinggi, tularkan semangat jiwa Pancasila. Hidup Fakultas Ekonomi dan Bisnis, kita jayalah selamanya.
Before I conclude, allow me to once again express my appreciation to the Faculty of Economic and Business, all committees, keynote speakers, participants who have contributed to the success of
Studies, ICEBAST 2025 has officially begun.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, now we're moving to the keynote session where we will gain valuable insights and related to today's theme.
We would like to invite Mr. Ahmad, the Deputy Head of Bank Indonesia Representative Office in Jember.
Kepada Bapak Ahmad, kami persilakan. All right, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a pride of Indonesia, Jember Fashion Carnival, a cultural movement born in small town called Jember, now shining as one of the world's grandest street fashion parades.
More than just costumes and colors, Jember Fashion Carnival is a symbol of unity, creativity, and education through art. Every costume carries a story, a message of diversity, beauty, and human imagination without limits.
Within my heart, a spark ignites. A spark that drives me to dream, to create, and to push beyond all limits. This spark fuels my path, transforming ideas into reality and ambitions into extraordinary milestones. It makes me evolve with every step I take. It makes me live fully today and tomorrow. Within my heart, a spark ignites. A spark that drives me to dream, to create, and to push beyond all limits. This spark fuels my path, transforming ideas into reality and ambitions. Within my heart, a spark ignites. A spark that drives me to dream, to create, and to push beyond all limits. This spark fuels my path, transforming ideas into reality and ambitions into extraordinary milestones. It makes me evolve with every step I take. It makes me live fully today and tomorrow. No, it's not just about me. It's about humankind. It's about us. I'll show you the infinite potential within us.
also store energy, something that some years was very difficult. There are also electric vehicles. The good news is that Bank of Indonesia is now sponsoring incentives for people who buy environmentally friendly houses, no? Or electric vehicles. No? There will be subsidies or tax cuts. There are also, for example, technologies for the agricultural sector to do agriculture by using precision technologies. So we are not going to waste too much water, or we are not going to throw too much pesticides, or we are not going to lose or to waste too much resources in that. We can convert waste into energy. No? There are so many ways in which we can convert now waste into energy. We can purify water, we can treat water, we can remove salt from water, we can use biodegradable materials, or we can use green building technologies. Next. Okay, so the question is why? If we have so many solutions, why do we still have a lot of environmental degradation? Why we hit the highest or the hottest year on the history of the planet? And why are we facing so many troubles? Next. Why, if we have concepts, like very mature concepts, no, like the circular economy, in which the raw materials we use, the way that we design the products, we process goods, we recycle the products, we dispose the waste, we reuse, and we have these very mature, beautiful systems, Why do we still have or face a lot of problems with the environment? Next. Okay, so and one of the problems is because we need larger, more capable companies to be able to adopt those technologies and to innovate. Why? Next. The point is that those technologies are very nice, but they are costly. That's what Donald Trump also said, no? That green energy is fantastic, but it's extraordinarily costly. 4,000 trillion rupias means that you are going to waste one national budget, one of the budgets of the national year, in the next 10 years just to be able to adopt those technologies. So it's expensive. And small enterprises cannot face those expensive upfront investments. Or for example, we have infrastructure limitations. If you want to recharge your vehicle, where are you going to recharge? If you want to, there are many problems that we are still facing with infrastructure, which is not so green or sustainable. Or the technologies are not mature. We can produce electricity. Donald Trump was saying, Europe now has a lot of these wind solutions, but those things after some years do not work, no? So technologically, they are not so mature yet. Or we don't have enough incentives. No? Bank of Indonesia is just announcing now, but we don't have many incentives. For example, tax cuts or subsidies. Or we still face problems with regulations or awareness. Companies do not know what are the available technologies, what is the best solution, how can they finance those innovations. Or we have problems with compatibility, how to make technologies compatible, or how to make those technologies compatible with my business model. Okay, so I can continue producing, earning money without sacrificing my profits, for example. Or availability in the market. Where can I get a machine to convert waste into energy? Okay, so market availability, or for example, maintenance. No? Donald Trump was saying that in many countries, there are full of these wind turbines that are not working and they cannot repair them. Or we have behavioral and cultural resistance. And this is a reality. Sometimes that's why these technologies cannot be applied. And that's why many countries, including Indonesia, need larger companies. Why? Next. Okay, so why? Because yes, smaller companies are beautiful, are very important, as we say, are the backbone of the economy, and not only of the economy of Indonesia, of the economy of Mexico, of the Philippines, of Vietnam, of many countries. Small enterprises are the backbone of the economies. There are, in Indonesia, more than 95% of the companies are small, okay, and they create a lot of jobs. Yes, they can create they can absorb a lot of people coming out of universities to work. There are more than 65 million people working in Indonesia. So there are more than 65 million small enterprises in Indonesia. You can imagine that. No? So they provide a lot of diversification of products. They can help reduce poverty. They are resilient. During the COVID-19 pandemic, they show a lot of resilience. So they are very important for the economy. But what's wrong with that? Or what's the problem? Next. The problem is that if we compare small with large, we will see that large enterprises are more productive. Okay? More productive means that they can use less resources and get more output, or they can use the same amount of resources, but they can get far more output compared to the small companies. The large companies, they pay better salaries. If you ask a student of UNEJ, where do you want to work? Do you want to work for a multinational company, for a large company, or for a small enterprise? Most of them will prefer the large companies simply because they pay more. They offer more secure jobs, they offer social security, they offer more permanent contracts, etc. They offer opportunities for career development, training, okay, experience, the opportunity to move to another branch later on. So they are more dynamic in nature. Large companies, they have more access to information. So they have, let's put it that way, they have bigger brains in the sense that they can find the information which is crucial for expansion, for investments, for development of new products, for developing new strategies. I mean, they can access all those things which are crucial for businesses. They can also reach markets, foreign markets. For example, in Indonesia, 85% of the exports come from large companies. And Indonesia has done a lot to promote exports from small enterprises, but the number hasn't changed for almost 20 years. 15%, no more than that, is the contribution of small enterprises. So no matter how much training you do, no matter how much incentives you offer, no matter how much exhibitions you offer, the number is not changing. And it's because they face more obstacles. They face more barriers, they have less information, they don't have enough funding, they have to compete with foreign companies as well, and that makes it harder for them to go global. Large companies, they can adopt standards. Later we are going to talk about international standards, which is very difficult for small companies, for many of them, while large companies, they can more easily adopt. For example, the ISO or the international standards, for them it's easier to adopt those things. They are more likely to invest. I don't know if you watched, but recently there was a dinner that, once again, Donald Trump hosted with IT leaders in the United States. Yeah, the founders of Facebook, and then Google, and Microsoft, and ChatGPT, OpenAI, and all these big companies were together. And then Donald Trump was asking one by one, how much are you planning to invest in the next 3 to 5 years? And then they were just giving numbers like $100 billion, $200 billion. So imagine the amount of investment that these companies are doing every single year to push the technological frontier of the United States. That's something that small enterprises cannot do. I mean, I don't want to say, there is nothing wrong with the small enterprises, but what I want to say is that the driving force of an economy cannot be the small enterprises, because they don't have enough power or machine to push the economy. And the issues of sustainability is a matter of muscle. You need 4,000 trillion rupiah. So how are you going to gather this money from small enterprises to push the green transition? Next. Okay, so next, let's jump into the next one because we don't have too much time. Okay, so these are just graphics to see. No? This is a study from the World Bank, which is called Making It Big. And this study was done before President Prabowo came into power. Okay, this is a disclaimer because later, sorry, I will touch a little bit programs of President Prabowo that perhaps are, I will touch some of them. No? But these studies say that large companies, and the bigger the companies they are, the more training they will offer, the more they will likeliness they will be exporters, the more likely they will make better use of capacity, the more likely they will face less restrictions to get finance, etc. For example, I don't know what do you think about this new policy of Indonesia or the initiative of the new finance minister to put 200 trillion into the market. Like if, I don't know if you think or not, but I don't think the problem of because these are just figures that are in the report. If you have chance, look at that. Okay, this is a very interesting picture because in this study, they compare labor productivity growth. When we talk about that, for example, Indonesia wants to reach 7% of GDP growth, how are you going to reach or to hit that number? The only way you can reach that is by productivity growth. And in Indonesia, the good news is that large companies are contributing 1.5% average labor productivity growth. And the bad news is that small enterprises, on average, together, they are experiencing negative labor productivity growth. What I want to say is that the economy of Indonesia cannot reach 7% if the backbone of the economy is only small enterprises. Because in terms of productivity, they are not hitting the mark. They are below. They are not using resources very effectively. And this is not only about Indonesia. There are other countries which experience similar patterns. Mexico is there. Morocco is there. Vietnam is there. Ivory Coast, Ethiopia is there. It's a national or it's an international trend in which small enterprises, because of the limitations they naturally face, they will be less productive. Next. Okay, so at this point you must be already asking, okay, stop talking about that and now give solutions. No? So in this study of the World Bank, they talk about 5 ingredients or 5 things that makes large companies to be prosperous. And one of them, for example, is managerial abilities, or what distinguishes or differentiates small with large companies. And one of them is managerial ability, capability of handling resources, of handling people, of handling finance, of handling production, logistics, human resources, innovation. There is a lot of managerial issues inside companies that large companies most of the time do much better than small ones. And these are things that countries can do to help small enterprises, to improve managerial aspects. How companies handle finance, operations, logistics, human resources, innovation, blah, blah, blah. There is a lot of room for improvement there. Second one, capital. Okay, capital is access to funding, but there are also other sources of capital. No? There is intellectual capital, there are natural resources, which are also capital. There are different sources of capital. There is a market for capital in which how to create the conditions that all firms or most firms have access to those sources of capital at the competitive cost, which is something that is not existent in the context of many developing countries, in which the funding or the money which is in the market is mostly used by specific players into the market. Third one is labor. Okay, human resources, this is a classical thing. Large companies handle labor much better. They offer more training, they pay higher wages, they offer more security, they are more dynamic in nature, and that helps them to attract the best talents. And that's why workers and good students, good workers, they will try to move into large companies. So large companies, they usually attract the best labor into the markets. The fourth component is technology, and this is also, here is a huge room for improvement of many small enterprises all around the world, technological capabilities. And this, for example, there is an issue on technology or IT skills or digital skills in emerging countries, which is that most of the emerging countries are scarce in technological or in IT skills, which means that most of the universities, for example, in Indonesia, should be now opening programs related to engineering, to IT, mathematics, physics, etc. we need more of that. We need more engineers, and sorry to say, but we need less, I don't know, psychology students, no? Or graduates of ilmu budaya, no? Or graduates of sociology or political science. We need more technological capabilities in companies for them to be able to upgrade. And then the fifth component is market access. Okay, market access is so important. I don't know, if you look into the last sort of, the last countries in the world that make it to the middle up or high income countries were countries that mostly grew because of market access. So you have countries like Taiwan, yeah, you have countries like Hong Kong, and then you have countries like Singapore, and then like Korea, and then this, they call the Asian tigers. You know, there were countries with incredible good access to markets, to sell their products, also to import, but also open to investment, open, I mean, it's not only a matter of export-import, it's also about investment, and it's also about many other aspects. But market access is crucial. Okay, next. Let's connect these ideas with, there are four, okay, let's jump into the next one because we are going to rush to run out of time. Okay, this is a small computation. Probably I'm wrong, probably this doesn't make any sense, but this is just a way to make, to figure out these numbers in a different way. In Indonesia, okay, in Indonesia there are 65 million small enterprises, and there are 120 million people working for small enterprises. And in Indonesia there are 6,000 large companies, and there are 4 million workers working for them. Okay, so here is a question. If you have 1 more million workers graduating or entering into the labor market, where do you want them to work? Do you want them to work in small enterprises or in large enterprises? The computation is simple because this means that okay, let's go to the next. This means that in Indonesia, 1 million workers in a large company can produce 20 times more than 1 million workers in the small enterprise. 20 times more. So when I'm talking about size, no, increasing the size of the large companies, it's not because they are large and beautiful, but because they are more productive, 20 times more. And this trend is also happening in other places, for example, in Thailand or in Malaysia, although the differences are less. But the reality is that countries like Indonesia and like other developing countries that want to be high-income countries, they have to aim at higher number of large companies into their countries. Okay, next. So how do we create more large companies? Next. So there are different policies, no, that have been proposed by agencies like the World Bank. No? So one of them is, I already mentioned, open up markets. Why? Because multinational companies can come. In countries, and I have been studying multinational companies in Indonesia for almost 10 years, no? Together with a lecturer from UNEJ, by the way, Seki. And then we have been studying how multinational corporations work in Indonesia. And then we have been asking the question about spillovers. How much of their knowledge spill over other companies, domestic firms? Do they learn, the domestic firms learn how to innovate? Do they learn how to export? Do they learn how to be more efficient? Do they learn how to be more productive? Or not so much? And the question is still open. After 10 years, we cannot get a final answer, but what we've seen is that local companies haven't been able to imitate, replicate, adopt in a big scale the knowledge from large companies. And this is something different, for example, comparing with China. In the case of China, China is extremely smart to adapt knowledge and to get knowledge and to convert it into something else. Indonesia hasn't been able to do that. Together with other countries, it's not only Indonesia. But opening up the markets is important, but also developing the capabilities of domestic companies to benefit from the presence of multinational companies. Another thing is improve business environments. And I don't know, my feeling is that in the current context of the country, you don't hear much the president talking about this. How to improve courts, how to improve rule of law, how to improve regulations, how to improve labor market, how to improve. There are things into the markets which are not working well, which are very important for business to thrive. Another one is to avoid, I mentioned, disclaimer, this was done before President Prabowo came into the power, which is avoid state ownership beyond public goods. And this is opposite to what the current president of Indonesia is doing. The president of Indonesia created Danantara, which is very important. It's a nice project, but it's very risky, yeah? And it's very risky, why? Because companies inside Danantara, I mean, very few of them are making profits, by the way. And this is according to the CEO of Danantara, not about me. Only few, less than 10 of the companies create more than 70% of the profits of Danantara. 50% of them are losing money. And the difference, we don't know. And among those who are earning money, there is, for example, one, Pertamina, which is very innovative. Now they can convert palm oil into fuel, fantastic. But then the question is, do you want a company that has cases of corruption of hundreds of trillions of dollars to be the one leading the innovation sector of your country? I mean, do you want them to be the ones? Because last year, that's what the KPK reported. That Danantara, I mean, just the cases of fuels, it reaches hundreds of trillions of rupias in losses. So by nature, state-owned enterprises face problems of corruption, power, interests there, which are mixed with politics, that companies have to think whether you want these large enterprises to be run by government or not. And then strengthening the private sector capabilities. What does it mean? So skills, technology market. If we have time, we are going to reach the case of China. China has been developing these 5-year plans. Indonesia also has the 5-year plans, the RPJM. China also has the same programs. China developed this, but the amazing thing is that China hits those numbers very well. And once it hits the numbers, it moves to the next, and to the next, and to the next, and to the next, and to the next. So they have been strengthening constantly for the last 20 years the industrial capabilities and the upgrading capabilities of the country. So now China is not talking about revitalization sector textile. That is already 20 years ago. Now China is talking about frontier technologies, robotics. They are talking about quantum computers. China is now leader in more than 80% of the high technologies in the world. China is leading on them. Okay, so, and this comes thanks to that strengthening of the private sector capabilities. You incentivize by giving more tax cuts. Of course, China has another problem, which is misallocation, They give so much incentives and so much cuts and etc. that now you don't know how much is the cost of all that intervention. But they have been strengthening the private sector. And this is something that can help countries to develop more or to move small enterprises to become large. Although the bad news is that only 1 in 10 companies can move from small to medium size. And only 1 can move from medium, only 1 in 100 can move from medium to large. So a program which means to push small companies to become large is probably aimed to fail. It's not the natural path for a company to move from small to medium to large. Most of the large companies are born large. Are born large, which means that by design, those companies are already thinking about national markets, national projects, frontier technologies. They have structures, they have managerial teams, it's a different way of conceptualizing the borning or the entrepreneurship of companies. And this is something that in cases like Indonesia, the government also have to think how to create more large enterprises from born, not pushing them from small to medium and from large, because very few of them will get there. Next. Okay, so there are 4 possible sponsors for these large companies. Okay, so you can get large companies because of foreign companies coming into the country. Chinese companies, American companies, Japanese companies. Foreign companies coming into your country. That's It's a possibility, it has some advantages, it has some disadvantages. The second one is large companies spinning up. What does that mean? Spin off means that you split. So you have a tobacco company. In Indonesia, tobacco companies are very prolific. So from tobacco, they become retail, and from retail, they become banking, and from banking, they turn into logistics, and then they go into property, and then into hospitality, and then into health. They start opening new. And that's an interesting process which is spin-offs. And that's something that can be fostered and promoted among the large companies in Indonesia, how to help them to accelerate that process of spinning off faster. The faster they can turn, the better. Okay, the third one is government, Danantara. Yeah, Danantara can create large companies. Certainly, Danantara has a role in the country. Yes, they do have a role in the country. I'm not sure if the way they are designing Danantara, but there is a role for government, state-owned enterprises, and is needed? Yes, it's needed. And then the fourth is entrepreneurs. Okay, next. I was told I have 5 minutes, so I have to speed up. Next. Okay, next. Okay, let's jump here. The interesting thing is that this green revolution that we are facing will require a lot of resources. And it is something that is missing. I don't know if in the projections of Bank Indonesia, they are already projecting that Indonesia, if everything goes well, will not follow a steady path. Okay, we are going to produce more lithium, more nickel, but you will multiply by 4 the extraction of natural resources. And that will create, so the number will go not from 4,000 trillion, but it go probably to the 10,000 trillion, because there will be so much the need for natural resources to be able to hit this green revolution that developing countries need to anticipate that. And this is a huge opportunity for state-owned enterprises, yes, for large companies, and for small enterprises, because they can all jump into that. Next. Why? Because the green revolution will demand more electric vehicles, more sustainable materials, more waste management companies, more sustainable agriculture, there is a huge amount of new businesses that will come because of this green revolution. This opens an opportunity for small companies to hit, because many of these are niche markets. Many of these businesses within the green revolution are niche. So there is an opportunity for small companies here to connect or to jump into this green transformation. Next. And then I have to close. Okay, these are some recipes, things that government have to do. Customs, yeah, Bea Cukai. I heard there is someone from Bea Cukai here, yeah. So there is so much to do there in Bea Cukai, the core system, infrastructure, taxes. Yeah, taxes, this is another thing that can drive or that can harm or slow down the process of a technological transformation. And I think I can close with the next one. Okay, so yeah, the good thing is that Indonesia is doing well. I mean, honestly, now the current finance minister is a little bit pessimistic about Jokowi. He tends to, Jokowi invested too much infrastructure. He's repetitive. And Jokowi didn't took care of the private sector. It's like, wait 1 second, boy. Indonesia, President Jokowi opened one office for one-stop service center, something that didn't happen in the whole history of Indonesia. Or, for example, the investment procedures were simplified. Or how many new economic zones were created. How many free trade agreements were created. How many reforms were done in regulations removed. Or how many centers for investment promotion or for trade promotion, investments in infrastructure, incentives that were given, the Kartu Prakerja, the reform of the labor, the private-public partnership. It's like, Indonesia has done a lot to improve the market, the market, which is something that hopefully the current government will continue doing so that those small enterprises can actually be born to be global champions. Okay, thank you.
Thank you you so much, Dr. Miguel. Please give applause to Dr. Miguel. Very insightful and comprehensive presentation, Dr. Miguel. Your discussion clearly highlights the crucial between link innovation from growth and also sustainable economic transformation. It reminds us that the achieving a net zero future require not only technology but also strong policy support and also collaboration across actors. Thank you. Next, we shall now proceed to our second speaker. We cordially invite Dr. Muhammad Abduh to present his material. Dr. Abduh, the session is now yours to begin.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asrofil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wassalam. Alhamdulillah. Thank you very much for inviting me, and I need to make a disclaimer first that I am not the environmentalist, so I'm not really good in terms of explaining what happened in the world in terms of the environment. However, I'll try to share my view on how Islamic finance can take some important roles in order to contribute to the better environments of this world. Yeah? All right, so allow me to read from here because to be honest, I cannot read clearly from here to that monitor. So I will use my own notes, which is basically the same, yeah, inshallah. Because I tried just now when Dr. Miguel presenting, I was like, back and forth. I cannot read what basically is in the on the monitor. All right, so the title that I would like to share with you is the Islamic Finance and the Net Zero Agenda, Pathways to Sustainable Business Transformations. So there are three keywords that I would like to discuss here. Number one is the Net Zero Agenda. Yeah, I will try to discuss a bit, especially for those who are not really familiar with the term of the Net Zero Agenda. And then secondly, I will try to discuss about Islamic finance and where Islamic finance basically can take some roles in order to improve the situation. And number three is the sustainable business transformations. Okay, try to discuss a bit about the sustainable business transformations. And finally, try to discuss the synergy between the three of those that discussed, yeah, and how basically this strategy was have been implemented in Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei particularly, and the future potential possibilities that can be done. Yeah? All right, so we start with the first. Don't worry, I have only 6 slides, not like Dr. Miguel. So, yeah, but 6 slides hopefully cannot be more than 20 minutes. Yeah, inshallah. All right, so let's start with the net zero agenda. So I try to put here origin and development. Yeah, so in the 1970s, 1980s, yeah, if you can go to the next slide. Yeah. So first time scientists introduced the idea of balancing anthropogenic emission. Anthropogenic emission is emissions produced by human being, like from the vehicles and burning anything, manufacturers and whatnot. Yep. So balancing anthropogenic emission with removals, either naturally by plantations and whatnot, or technologically. Let's say some technological advancement in order to do these activities, yeah, to stabilize atmospheric CO2, yeah, carbon monoxide levels, yeah, carbon dioxide, sorry. In 2005, researchers Miles Allen and Dave Frame first articulated the need for net zero carbon emissions to halt warming. So these are the initial discussions of the net zero agenda. In 2015, finally, Paris Agreement, Article number 4, established the global goal to achieve which, according to Dr. Miguel, Donald Trump says that this is something you are dreaming with that kind of agenda, yeah, which I think Donald Trump saying the truth. I will discuss this later. Yeah, I mean that's of course from his own perspective, lah. Yeah, at least with his own perspective, he is honestly saying the truth. Yeah, all right. So a balance between anthropogenic emission and removals in the second half of the century. Yeah. So this is basically the mandate given from this what you call um, meetings of leaders from around the world. Yeah, and therefore we have what Pak Ahmad just now mentions as the NDC, right? National Determined Contributions, basically. Yeah. So the current development now, if we look at the papers talking about the net zero, we are always talking about reduced emission plus enhanced removals, yeah, to limit the global warming. Yeah. Those are basically our discussions on the net zero, how we can achieve those goals. Yeah. All right. So next slide. Okay. So I will give you a hypothetical situations. This is a very simple economy. Okay. If in this world only you and me, okay, I have $100. You borrow from me $100 with 10% interest. Okay, how are you going to pay me, and how much? Of course, you have to return to me 110. But the money in this economy only 100. How can you get the 10? Yeah, that's interest. I'm talking about the interest. But how can you get that interest? You have to work harder, right? How? Give something in addition to of that 100 to me. What? You cut off the trees. You give me something from that trees. You catch the fish. You give me something from that pool, right? So the ideas of institutionalizing interest is basically the spirit of the destruction of the environment itself. I think that's why Trump is true in his saying. As long as we still have this kind of system in our financial system, that is something like, oops, it, something like that. That's what Trump is trying to say. Because you cannot pay what is in the economy, nothing, right? So you have to pay with something real. Just now I saw TikTok, somewhere in Riau or something. Title is batik terbesar di Indonesia. You see, one island is now become wow with all this batik corak. It's an island somewhere in Sumatra, right? Habis semua pohon-pohonnya sampai berbentuk batik dilihat dari atas pesawat. Yeah? No, this is the truth. This is what happened now. Okay? Despite of we are talking about all those strategies and that strategies, how, why, what motivate them to do that on that island? Profit, of course. Yeah. What else? Pay debt. Right? Who's debt? I don't know. Maybe country's debt. Maybe that entrepreneur's debt. I don't know. Yeah. But what motivates them to destruct that environment is something that we need to see first. That's why I learned psychology. You know, we need to see what's basically motivate people to act. Okay, not only the system. Okay, back to. Therefore, the Islamic finance came into the picture. Yeah. So I mean, let remove interest, blah blah blah. I know the discussion is like finance, like oh, that's a long. You know, people discuss this, blah, blah, blah. No countries basically implementing it 100%. That's true. It's correct. Yeah. Why? Because Islamic finance can only be, we can only see the real benefit of it when the people running it also Islamically behave and having the Islamic thought. Yeah. Well, I'm saying Islamic, not necessarily you have to be a Muslim in terms of religiously. No, no. I'm not saying that you have to be a Muslim in understanding Islamic finance. Yeah? But Islamic finance has certain conditions, certain philosophical and ethical foundations. Let me try to discuss this. Number one is Tawheed. Yeah? Tawheed literally means the unity of God. But from the economic perspective, we can say Tawheed is the economic activity must serve divine harmony and justice. Why harmony and justice? Tawheed means we came from the one source, correct? So there is no difference. Either you are from Mexico, I'm from Indonesia, we are both human beings, the same. We have the same rights and obligations. Nobody has the rights only, or nobody has obligations only. Both of us have rights and obligations. Same, yeah, like country as well. Yeah? The leaders has rights and obligations. The people also has the rights and obligations. Okay? The only relationship without right and obligation is between us and God. Other relationship, we have rights and obligation. We and our parents. In Islam, we call what? Rabbana, what? How we pray for our parents? Rabbik firli, wali walidaya, warhamhuma, kama rabbayani saghira. See the last. Kama rabbayani. As they nurture us when we were small. There are rights and obligations. Even parents and kids, they have right and obligation. The obligation of parents, you nurture them when they are kids. Right? That's your obligation. Your rights, when they grow up, they will pray for you. That's your rights. Okay? So if someone giving birth of a baby and that baby throw away at the dustbin, and then the children become a rich man, and then one day the mother come, I'm your parents. No? You have to obey me. Where were you when I was a kid? Right? So the only relationship that has the rights only between us and God. The rest, rights and obligations is always there. Therefore, regardless the race, regardless the country, regardless everything, okay, we have, Tawheed means that economic activity must serve divine harmony and justice. So before you destroy the island by cutting off all the trees, yeah, you have to think of the future of the future generations. That's why in Islam there was a story like a young, an old man, an old person, yeah, almost passed away, but he still, digging, and then put the seeds of the dates, and then the kids say, "You grandpa, what are you doing? You are almost dead. Maybe tomorrow or next week." But he said that basically, and this is not for me. This is for you. This is for the next generations. Yeah? And in Islam, it is rewarded as long as the tree is there. Whatever resulted from the trees, you will be rewarded. Right? So that's the motivation basically. Number two, the second philosophical and ethical foundation is adl, or justice. Yeah? So equitable wealth distribution and avoidance of exploitations. Yeah? La tufsidu fil ard, that's Allah commands in Al-Quran. Jangan buat kerusakan di muka bumi. Do not make any destructions. Right? Destructions mean you destroy without any purpose, or you have no capability to put it back as it was. Right? You see what the island now, the biggest batik in the world. Right? When it's saw from the airplane, how are they are going to restore everything, right? So number two is justice, equitable wealth distributions, or maybe the other words like kaila yakuna dulatan bainal agniya'i minkum. You are not allowed, yeah, that all wealth to be circulated among the rich people only, right? Islam forbid that wealth circulated only among the rich people. Yeah? Why? Because there must be justice. Yeah? That's why you have to pay zakat. That's why you have to pay, charity, sadaqah, wakaf, which I will discuss later in one of the Islamic finance tools, yeah, in terms of answering the net zero agenda. And then number three, Maqasid al-Sharia. Yeah? This Maqasid al-Sharia is basically, it's quite long to discuss this, but basically one of the objective of this deen, yeah, which is Islam, was sent down from Adam, Idris, Nuh, Hud, Saleh, Abraham, Joseph, and all. Yeah, they are all Muslims. So what basically the objective of the Sharia? Basically, preservation of life. Preservation of life. That's why in Islam, killing one person is like you are killing the whole people in this world. The same sin, right? It's very much forbidden in Islam. La darar wa la dirar. Do not harm others, but don't let yourself to be harmed as well at the same time, right? So, harming people by cutting off all the trees in the whole island, is something which is very. They might, what most interesting is the companies doing that may be listed in the green companies, right? The companies cutting off all the trees in that island may be listed in the stock market as a supporting of green economy. Yeah. All right. So that's, I don't want to discuss all, you can read later because I already shared this to the committee. Next slide, please, to the sustainable business transformations. Yeah. So what does it mean by sustainable business transformations? Okay, I would like to bring you all to the same definition first so that we can all understand the term. It is a holistic organizational change embedding sustainability and ESG goals into the core business model, according to Boken and Schott, 2001. According to the World Economic Forum, 2024, it is transformation that ensures business remains resilient, ethical, and climate-aligned in a net zero economy. All right? So the keyword of net zero is still there. Yeah? Hence, sustainable business transformation means redesigning business models, operation and strategies so that economic growth, environmental protection, and social well-being reinforce each other, not as a trade-off. Okay? Not as a trade-off. Like, you want economic growth, but you destroy the environment. Yeah? It shouldn't be a trade-off. It should be in line. Yeah? Some may argue that we cannot do that because your view is it is a trade-off. But what if we change our perspective? Yeah? Change our perspective. But of course, changing perspective, in every civilization, you change perspective, you will be challenging the status quo. That's always happened. Yeah? All right. Next, ESG dimension. Yeah? When we talk about sustainable business transformations, it's always in many papers that I've gone through, they are talking about ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. Yeah? So the challenges of having this is people chase for short-term profit mindset. Yeah? Short-term profit mindset. Okay? So, and then limited ESG literacy. Not only common people, sometimes academics also have a very limited understanding on ESG or maybe awareness on ESG. Cost of green transitions, Pak Ahmad just now mentioned, 4,000 trillion, yeah, for that one. Okay, until tadi tak silap. Kalau nggak salah sampai 2030 ya tadi katanya, atau 2050 gitu. Pak Ahmad tadi menjelaskan. 4.000 triliun. Ya, bayangkan itu. Ya walaupun ini korupsi pun lebih banyak, tapi besar juga uang itu. 4.000 triliun. Ya. Dari mana dapat itu? How can we obtain that amount of money? Yeah. Alright, and then data and reporting gaps. These are the challenges, opportunities, of course, long-term resilience and brand trust for short-term profit. Yeah. And then for limited ESG, ada education, integrating sustainability. Yeah. Jadi education, company must educate their leaders and their employees. Yeah. And then cost of green transition just now. Okay. So we can use green sukuk. Just now Pak Ahmad already mentioned about green sukuk and whatnot. And then wakaf link sukuk, yeah, blended finance and whatnot. And then data and reporting gaps, we can use digital tools and fintech transparency. Next slide, please. Yeah, so the synergy, the relationship that I would like to share here is like we are on the pathways, on the road. Our destination is net zero in 2030, right? Net zero. So how can we go there from now? Okay, so there I put the picture of cars, traffic signs, traffic light, and then the fuel, yeah, fuel station. So the cars, the destinations is the net zero, okay? The cars is the sustainable business that will bring us to net zero, yeah? However, the fuel, the traffic lights, the traffic signs, those are Islamic finance, all right? What Islamic finance says on making distraction, yeah? La tufsidu fil ard. Do not make distraction. Okay, don't make distractions. How can we do that? You want to build, a new factory in a certain area, yeah? So what should we do? Okay, do all the necessary things. Do all your, all required, what you call tasks, so that the waste from that factory will not harm the people in the environment, will not harm the environment. That is Islamic way, yeah? Of course, you will say, oh, that's not Islamic way, that is humanity, basically. Yes, of course, because Islam and humanity should be in line, right? If it is not in line with humanity, it is not in line with Islam, for sure, yeah? All right? And then the traffic light, the traffic sign, be careful, this is gray area. This is what we call as Shubahat area. Yeah? Shubahat area. Islam says, Innal halala bayin wa innal harama bayin. The halal is clear. The haram also clear. Wa bainahuma mushtabihat. But in between, you have to be careful. This is the area that, gray area. Yeah? The area. But what Prophet says that, La ya'lamuhunna kathirun minan nas. But that gray area, most of the people, they just don't care. They just don't know. Yeah? Or they pretend to be not to know. Yeah? All right. So this is the relationship that I would like to discuss with you all. Next slide is the synergy in practice. I will just take one example from Indonesia, from Malaysia, and from Brunei. All right. From Indonesia, I think you already know, we have the green sukuk. Malaysia also have a wakaf link sukuk and green sukuk as well, which Islamic finance tools, they use, of course, sukuk, yeah, and wakaf. And then the outcome is finance energy efficiency and reforestation projects, funding hospitals, education, solar rooftops, yeah. And then the net zero contributions for those are like cutting CO2 emissions, strengthen NDC targets, yeah, enhances social inclusion and low carbon infrastructure. Okay. What about Brunei? Yeah, Brunei is not a big country in terms of population and size. Yeah, I was just telling some of our professor here that the local population is only 300,000 live. I'm not talking household. 300,000 live, including baby and elderly. All right. So it's like satu kelurahan di Jember ya. So satu kelurahan di Jember 300,000 jiwa. Bukan rumah tangga, jiwa. Ya. Kalau combine dengan foreigners mungkin sampai 400,000. Ya, atau mungkin lebih sedikit, ya. So the market share of financial finance in Brunei is 65% Islamic finance. Okay? 35% is conventional. Yeah. So the biggest Islamic bank in Brunei is BIBD, Bank Islam Brunei Darussalam. Yeah. So I just quote here from what BIBD has reported in their latest annual report. Yeah. BIBD proud to highlight a key operational milestone that showcases our unwavering commitment to environmental stewardship. we successfully implemented a 60,000 watt-hours solar photovoltaic system at our headquarters, strategic investment designed to significantly reduce our environmental footprint, clean energy projected to lower our annual carbon dioxide emissions by approximately 50 metric tons, yeah, equivalent with burning over 5,000 gallons of gasoline. Yeah, so these are the synergy in practice that has been introduced in Brunei Darussalam, particularly. Next slide. So I would just want to conclude. Yeah, I know his time is running out now. So the conclusion is, this is the last slide. Okay, don't worry. So the pursuit of net zero defines our goal responsibility to restore balance between humanity and nature. Yeah. Islamic finance offers an ethical and inclusive mechanism to mobilize real justice-based capital toward that goal. Yeah? And through sustainable business transformations, these ideals become operational realities that turn moral principles into measurable impact. So the call for action now, yeah, the call for action for academics, all here are academics. Yeah? Advanced interdisciplinary research connecting Islamic finance with climate and ESG studies, yeah, if you are interested. Yeah, it is also a publishable works, okay, if we are really into it, okay, and really provide some new insight, yeah, on what the relationship between Islamic finance, ESG, environments, and whatnot. For business, yeah, for businessmen, integrate Sharia compliance sustainability metrics into strategic KPIs. Yeah. For policymakers, develop supportive frameworks for green sukuk, wakaf-based social innovation, and just transition finance. And for students, if some of you are students, be the generation that makes ethical finance mainstream in the net zero world. I'll give you one story for the closing. I'm not maybe the most active, but I'm very active in stock trading. Quite active lah in stock trading. Okay, I follow some groups, blah, blah, blah. I found that, yeah, youngsters now, they are very much involved in stock trading, but they don't really care of the company. That's what I observe. They don't care whether their money goes to companies that they doing distractions or the companies that basically supporting the green economy. They don't really care. What they care is chuan, 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 chuan. This is very much mistaken point of view. It's not good point of view. Right? It's good that you started doing stocks since young, like maybe early 20s. It's good, but you have also grow some consciousness on what is happening in this world today. All right. So not only investing or buying stocks from just random company as long as you can get chuan, but really do some what we call homework on how to check the company whether they are supporting green economy or they just against it. Wallahu a'lam bishawab. Billahi taufiq. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Abdu, for your enlightening and thought-provoking presentation. Your discussion beautifully illustrates how Islamic finance can serve as an ethical and inclusive mechanism to achieve the net zero agenda, and it is inspiring to see how moral and faith-based principle can be transformed into measurable, sustainable business outcomes. Now we will continue with our third speaker, who is joining us virtually from Australia. Good morning, Dr. Hales. Can you hear?
Yes, I hear you. Can you hear
Okay, are you ready to begin to start presentation?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Robert Hales to deliver your presentation.
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be here. I just got back from Jakarta last week, on Friday, actually yesterday, and I was in Jakarta to deliver a climate finance course, a collaboration between Australian government and the Indonesian Department of Finance. And thus, I have a batik shirt on. I'm very much interested in joining in and collaborating with Indonesia on many projects, and that was the last one that I was involved with. I'm just wondering, in terms of the slides, is that being shown by you or myself?
The committee can help to share the materials.
Great. Okay, so yeah, on the plane on the way back, I watched Mission Impossible, and I thought, I think, are we in a Mission Impossible situation to try and achieve net zero? And what is the role of SMEs, considering that SMEs and net zero, it's a huge challenge. So, you know, there's a lot of doom and gloom with climate change when we talk about, you know, trying to achieve the Paris climate change agreements, and thus the picture here depicts that sort of necessity or that urgency that we have, and also the scenarios if we don't achieve these. But there is some good news and there is some not so good news. What I'm doing today is not necessarily going into a lot of data, although I do have some studies in which we have done looking at, you know, small to medium enterprises. But what I'd like to do is actually dive into net zero, a bit like my previous speaker, dive into that and then think about SMEs and the urgency and how we can facilitate that, because there's a hierarchy of action we need to take with net zero commitments. Okay, so next, please. Okay, so, you know, there's a lot of small to medium enterprises across the globe. Australia, Indonesia, low-income, high-income countries, you know, most of the people actually are working in small to medium enterprises. However, they are not really well placed to be able to get onto the net zero pathway. So this is a major challenge. And if you've been following this, you will have seen corporations, the larger corporations are being regulated, but as yet it would be more or less impossible to regulate the small to medium enterprises because of, you know, obvious reasons, because of cost and cost imposition on small to medium enterprises. So we're in a dilemma. How do we do that? But before we dive into that, I think it's important to understand what this net zero is. How many people have noticed that large companies have different dates on their net zero targets? Different dates. It's not 2050, which is Paris Climate Change Agreement. It's slightly more. The more progressive ones have a progressive target. Does anyone know why? I'll just leave that as a rhetorical question. You don't have to answer that. Let's go to the next slide. So the assumption behind net zero is that, like our previous speaker said, that, you know, increase in fossil fuels, that means that the carbon budget is out of balance. So we have to reduce emissions, and that's an important concept here. And this is one thing that businesses don't get, particularly small to medium enterprises, is that the mitigation hierarchy is very important. In Australia, there's been some issues with net zero companies going straight for offsets, buying offsets, and there's integrity issues with offsets, but just leave that aside, the integrity issues of offsets. Going for offsets straight away doesn't actually necessarily reduce the emissions of fossil fuels going out, unless there's a particular mechanism in a carbon trading mechanism, but mostly it doesn't. So the mitigation hierarchy is really important. So prioritizing avoidance, then things to replace fossil fuels, and then doing some sort of offset. That mitigation hierarchy is vital to be able to achieve net zero. And quite often that net zero challenge by companies is not met in terms of just thinking about, you know, simple mitigation hierarchies. And that has to be done over time. Next, thanks. Next slide. Okay, and maybe just advance one to get the next little picture up. Just press next once more. Thank you. Okay, so net zero is based on an assumption that there is a relationship between carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and temperature. Okay, so that's really where net zero comes from. So we have to think about this. It underlies the net zero, because you have to, if you're going to have a target, you have to understand how that target actually was enacted and what it is. We don't just think, oh yes, Paris did that, Paris Agreement did that, we can just take it. But we we have to be critical of this too, because there are some things that are coming unstuck with this. It's not necessarily coming out in the literature yet, but there are some issues here. So one thing to understand is there's the direct relationship between carbon dioxide and temperature. And the really worrying thing is the bad news. Down the bottom there, you can see that, the graph of carbon dioxide, which is also in the top one. There's top one is temperature and carbon dioxide. The one in the bottom is just carbon dioxide. And you can see that the current level is way above anything that's happened. So, if temperature matches carbon dioxide, we've got a doubling of carbon dioxide at the moment. So does that mean a doubling of the, impact on temperature? So we've got that's why there's a concern. And that's why there is, a big push towards net zero. Okay, next slide. Okay, so to be able to limit the warming, there is the carbon budget, like my previous speaker said, and these are the current levels of gigatons of our carbon budget. Okay, so luckily we've got the ocean and also land, which is taking up some of the emissions from fossil fuels. And it's also going into the atmosphere, and that's where the heating occurs. But, before that, there's the sink of land and the ocean sink as well, which is, taking up a lot of that temperature. We've got a decrease in land use, so we can improve things by stopping land clearing, and we can also do it through offsets, but we can't do it all. And this is why the mitigation hierarchy is really important, that we do have to address fossil fuels, the actual, stopping the source of the pollution. Thank you. Next slide. Okay, so we've got a budget. So there's a relationship between carbon dioxide and temperature. Scientists have worked out the budget to keep warming below 1.5 or 2 degrees. So we've got a budget, but if we spend that budget now, that means we've got less later. So this curve represents, the pathway that is left. So the less action we have to try and limit warming, i.e. stop fossil fuels, the more we have to do later. So that's what these pathways show. So if we started to do this earlier, it would have been an easier transition. So we've got actually a huge transition risk coming up, because it's not going to be, well, hopefully it'll be orderly, but we've got a massive transition risk if we are to reach the Paris Climate Change Agreement. And countries all over the world are starting to realize that it is a major issue, because we're starting to see the impacts of climate change now. In the last 5 years, or actually since 2015, it's been very significant. Next. So we're trying to keep it down to these levels so that we, the policies and actions at the moment, probably up towards the upper end here, not the 2.9, but probably around the 2.7 to 2.9 if you're optimistic, up to 3 if you're a little bit more pessimistic. The reason why we hold optimism in the first half of 2025 is the first time in the world that renewable energy is greater than fossil fuel energy. So that's a big milestone in the world. The other good thing is that, China's, and that's mostly fueled by China's renewable energy push. And the other thing is that we can take some, be happy about in terms of, trying to get to this target, is that EU is on track with their emissions reduction targets. So it actually does work. Obviously, high-income country, there's issues of shared but differing responsibilities. Think about climate justice, but that's another issue when we're talking about low-income countries and high-income countries and how you can afford that. Okay, next slide. Thanks. Now, recently, I became a little bit concerned. Last year, I don't know about you, but things started to change. The climate and my perception of climate started to change. So I looked into what was happening in the last couple of years. And this is daily sea surface temperatures. And the dark red line is 2025. Last year, 2024 was the hottest on record. And there's only 1 year that is a little bit higher, and that is 2015. And that was caused from a huge El Nino event, not La Nina, El Nino event that spiked up temperatures globally. Okay, next slide. So this is daily temperatures of the air temperature. So again, so there's been a significant rise here. So now I started to think, are we sort of on track? Have the modelers got this on track? Because we modelled net zero on temperature and carbon dioxide. So it's net zero idea. Yes, we knew it was going to get warmer, but it seems like it's getting hotter quicker than we thought. And that was my perception. So I looked into the research, and the science on this is saying yes. If we go to the next slide. Okay, so the science is saying yes, it is getting warmer, but have the models been correct? Now, there's a lot of data here, but I can just conclude simply that the models have been correct. So climate skeptics that try and say that the modeling is not correct, that's just untrue. The models are very good. And actually, if there is anything wrong with the models, they've slightly underestimated the impact on temperature, slightly underestimated. Okay, so instead of the climate skeptics saying, oh yes, there's no climate change, the models were all wrong, it's actually the other way around. The climate models have not predicted the increase in temperature, particularly since 2015. Now, there's a bit of a dip in 2021, and that's caused from a Tongan earthquake. Oh, not earthquake, sorry, a Tongan volcano eruption, which sent temperatures down a bit. But, you know, we've just gone up in the last few years above what is predicted by the models. Next. So I asked the question and had a look at the research. Well, actually, no, this is my own research. Was the temperatures we are now experiencing predicted? And, you know, there's a bit of data there, and it might not make much sense, but the predictions, are we on track with the predictions? And basically the conclusion is that no, we're not. What we're experiencing now is greater than what is expected. So not only is there an increase in warming quickly, but we're experiencing things that were projected on a higher emission scenario. So the effect of carbon dioxide, if we go back to the idea of net zero, you know, temperature equals carbon dioxide amount, that relationship is not as simple as scientists first thought. So there's some feedback happening. There's sensitivity in the models that were not thought about. So the impact is actually greater. So the impact of carbon dioxide is actually greater than we thought. So this net zero idea that we set up in 2015, in my opinion, needs to be rethought. And I think in the next few years, what we will see is a rethinking of what net zero is. Some companies are already onto this, setting more ambitious targets, but that's just thinking about not meeting the Paris Climate Change Agreement. That's one thing, but the other thing to consider is the sensitivity of the models, which are basing the Paris Climate Change Agreement, are not taking things into account. So for example, next slide. Okay, there's a typo here. It should be 1.5. The question down below, it should be 1.5, not 1 degree. We're very cross 1 degree. So when will the carbon budget be used up to limit, you know, warming by 1.5 degrees? Carbon budget's going to be used up to keep us on the climate, keep us on track with Paris in 2028, you know, 3 years away. Okay, that still doesn't mean we can't achieve it. That means we have to go harder and probably a bit longer than 2050 to try and bring temperature back down again. And when will the Earth exceed 1.5 degrees? It's around 2030. Now that is a lot earlier than what was expected. Okay, so that indicates the two things. One is, yes, emissions are going up high, but we're also recalibrating. There needs to be a recalibration of the idea of net zero. Okay, so this is quite significant. This means that the targets that we set at net zero, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but we need to update them because of the sensitivities and also the rate of change that we're experiencing. So let's go to the next slide. This is just another slide. We might skip this one, just saying, yes, you know, this is what was predicted, but we're actually here and it's going off the charts. It's actually increasing more than what we predicted. So let's keep going. Next slide. Okay, so when we start to think about the economic costs of this is just one small example. The literature on inflation as a result of climate change indicates, if we think about what's happened in the past, that you'll get a shock and then you'll have inflation and then you'll have a recovery by the system and the economic system levels out and the inflationary pressures will go down as a result. Now, this assumes that, like in the past, that disasters don't happen regularly. If you have disasters happening so much so that the system can't recover, then inflation does not recover. So we have this continuous inflationary pressure, which has huge impacts on monetary policy in terms of use of interest rates to facilitate growth or not growth or hold inflation down. It becomes less effective. So based on the idea that, you know, emissions are going up and the emissions, the temperature carbon dioxide relationship may be out and we have to rethink that, i.e. the impacts are greater than we thought. This means that potentially the inflationary pressures are going to be absolutely massive. Now, that inflationary pressure is going to be greater for low-income countries. They just don't have the capacity as high-income countries to be able to respond well to those shocks. So, yeah, it's a major issue, and this is actually what, you know, using the standard, you know, what keeps you up at night. It's not necessarily the disasters that I'm particularly worried about. I'm particularly worried about inflation as a result of continuous disasters around the globe and what that does to the whole economic system. That's the thing that keeps me up at night. And particularly with my knowledge about, you know, emissions rising and also the potentially false relationship between emissions and temperature that we need to recalibrate for net zero by 2050. Next. So how do SMEs, and I've done some work with SMEs and I'll talk about this later, also working with larger corporations, thinking about how they can understand scope 1, 2 and 3 and report on that. Also looking at advising governments and also building training packages for government to think about climate risk and also emissions reduction and emissions accounting. So yes, it matters a lot because this is where business is, the majority in the world, but the larger businesses are the ones that can respond easier. Next slide. Okay, it's a paradox. Yes, so there's economic constraints. That's what everyone knows that small businesses are pushed financially, but there's also knowledge gaps. Not many people know, for example, about the mitigation hierarchy and how that should drive emissions reduction. And then there's, you know, teams, people, you know, there's one person doing multiple jobs in small to medium enterprises, and they are pushed. Even if they do have the knowledge that sustainability is a good idea, then, you know, it's difficult for them to action. Next. We might skip because I know that we're running out of time. I'd like to keep some questions. So yes, we know that there's a mission impossible for them. Go to the next slide. Okay, so this is an example of mission impossible, but some good news, some bad news. So the good news is that, you know, EcoBiz is a Queensland government free service to business, and it provides advice on how to save on reduced carbon emissions, water, electricity, and waste. And we did the study on 115 businesses, and we found that these 115 businesses that participated had fantastic savings. They saved money. So it actually works, and numerous studies have shown that it works. But the interesting thing is that even though this program is free, it's hard to get companies on board because a number of reasons. One is that it takes time to do this. So the time to do this may be better off used in marketing or involved in increasing productivity of whatever they're doing, manufacturing, etc. So the opportunity cost comes in when you're thinking about this. So therefore, what we realized that there must be not just like a eco-efficiency free service, there must be like a whole suite of understanding business, sustainable business model maturation, thinking about incentives, thinking about the business model innovation, as well as offering this, because you can't just do eco-efficiency by itself. Eco-efficiency is probably the most important thing to consider in a low-income country. So getting that right, I would say that's the first step on your net zero pathway. Next. What's happening around the world is with sustainability standards, disclosure, very interesting here. And people can probably on board with this. And the interesting thing here is that SMEs will be impacted through Scope 3 emissions reporting. Okay, so thinking about upstream and downstream of the larger corporations. So they are the ones that are going to be impacted because they're going to be included in the scope of these larger organizations. So in the next 2 or 3 years, SMEs are going to have to be collaborating, contacted by larger corporations all over the world. So that's really interesting. The other thing, next. Next, there's going to be an impact here as well in terms of governance. So like the speakers before, there's relationships between the larger organizations and the smaller organizations. And in the inclusion of risk is fundamental in business strategy, and climate risk is becoming more central, or even transition risk, the transition to a low carbon economy or net zero economy. That's actually a risk, thinking about stranded assets, etc. So there is this risk, and this knowledge starts to trickle down, this governance knowledge starts to trickle down into small to medium enterprises. So there is that sort of transfer of knowledge. Next. So yeah, in terms of the risk, in terms of how SMEs will be thinking about this, there'll be a different way of thinking about risk. So on the right-hand side here, thinking about transition risks, transition to the low carbon economy. Essentially what a positive transition risk management approach would be is the one down on the left-hand side. Start reducing emissions now in a measured way to meet goals. So therefore, you're not going to be stranded or reactive elsewhere. One of those things that's really important in this whole thing, which is part of the disclosure regimes of the accountability standards, is scenarios. Okay, so, and that's one of the things that SMEs don't do terribly well is strategic thinking. So, coming onto a net zero approach will force SMEs to think about strategy, think about scenarios, and this sort of shift in business thinking at the large end of town, the larger corporations, will start to come down into the smaller organizations, because this is what large businesses are doing. I know that, banks are not, they're only disclosing a small amount of their disclosure reporting requirements because the transition plans in terms of risk have become an important commodity to them. They don't want to tell their competitors how they're going to transition because that's really important knowledge. So it's really interesting to see that, transition risk is actually becoming, and knowledge is becoming a commodity that is, and not wanting to be shared elsewhere within across organizations. So that's really interesting. Next. Okay, so a couple of takeaways. Firstly, that net zero targets need to be brought forward to 2030s. If a company, and this is going to have greenwashing impacts as well, because you could not, I don't think you can say now if you've got a 2050 target that you've got a strong target. It's a very weak target. And it's not, and it might be Paris aligned, but it's not aligned to the science. However, there's no sort of science benchmarks out there. There's no new Paris Agreement out there, so they can't be held accountable for not having a good target. But organisations in the know, that are progressive, they know that an early target is what's needed. Easy abate sectors need to have climate policies, business policies, not just regulation in terms of compliance, but incentives as well. A concept to bridge, to, for example, make eco-efficiency more attractive is to think about climate risk as a resilience building approach, business model innovation. So more work in that, not just regulatory reform, but also incentives as well. All right, and because small businesses can't do a lot of it by themselves, accelerating the transition to renewable energy will help them in terms of scope 2 emissions. So therefore, they don't have to be responsible for thinking about how they should transition. And so, yeah, focus on renewable energy.
Sorry,
one thing
Dr.
they
Hills,
can do.
your time, 5 minutes left.
Oh, sure. Thank you. Just about to finish in 1 minute. So addressing short-term climate forcing, i.e. aerosols and methane, the really bad greenhouse gas emissions is really important because they, more and more, our knowledge is that these emissions have huge impacts. So if they're in a business that has those sort of impacts, these are something that they can prioritize. So it's important to actually understand climate knowledge to be able to have a good net zero strategy. And also, as part of that, I think mitigation hierarchy is really important in climate business policy. And yeah, there's plenty of material out there. Obviously, you know, previous speakers were talking about business model innovation. There's lots of things we could talk about that SMEs need to do, but I just wanted to show, you know, talk about targets and what net zero actually is and how I think my prediction is in the future this will change and our targets will need to get strengthened because of those two big reasons I said at the start. Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hills. Please give big applause to Dr. Hills. We truly appreciate your comprehensive and stimulating presentation. Dr. Hills highlight how small and medium enterprise, despite making up to 90% of global business, struggle to achieve net zero due to the limited fund, knowledge, and resources. Unlike large corporation, the small medium enterprise face greater challenge in meeting climate regulation and measuring the emissions. Thank you, Dr. Hills. Last but not least, we are honored to be joined by another distinguished speaker who is participating virtually from Malaysia. Hello, Dr. Mazuri. How are you?
Hello.
Okay.
Hello, I'm here.
Yeah. Are you ready to begin your presentation, Doctor?
Okay, ready.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mazuri to deliver your presentation.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan salam sejahtera semua. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Our distinguished guests, my fellow keynote speakers, respected colleagues, researchers, and also I think there are also students in the hall there and also online. Without further ado, I think as the last speaker for this session, I think this is very quite advantage for me because some of the definitions of the net zero is being highlighted by many by previous keynote speakers, and this is quite a clear explanation to all of you. Okay, from my side, actually, my expertise is on the marketing and also the management. So today, the title of my speech will cover a bit on the marketing elements. This is about the green minds, bold markets, how consumer behavior drives sustainable business transformation. So, first of all, I would like to say thank you to the organizational or the organizing committee for inviting me as a keynote speaker. And I think this is a timely, a good title for the referral conference because nowadays we are always thinking about the net zero. What are the kinds of strategies that we academicians, organizations, business leaders have to a bit a change in our organization to make sure that we achieve a net zero in the future. So next slide, please. Okay, when we talk about the green mines, bull markets, it captures about the sustainability journey that we are on track now. So we have to be innovative markets that drive us toward a net zero in the future. So what we must do is we must first cultivate a green. We must cultivate conscious mind among the business leaders and also among the consumers and also among the communities. So we are living in a time when a climate, economy, and also the society is intersect with each other. So how we respond today will shape not only to the business success, but to the future of our planet also. Okay, next please. The understanding the net zero imperative actually this is already clear by previous speakers. So I think from my slide also the definition, the global commitment. So we can see that more than 130 countries nowadays are going to pledge a net zero between 2050, 2070. For example, in Malaysia, we have announced that our aspirations for net zero by 2050, and also Indonesia, I think, because I make a few study before this, the Indonesia targets by 2060. So in Malaysia, I just share with you all. In Malaysia, this effort is supported by the National Energy Transition Roadmap and the Low Carbon Nation Aspiration 2040, which is we focus on a cleaner energy, electric mobility, sustainable manufacturing. Whereas in Indonesia, I think you have also the long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilient, which is focused on renewable energy and also reforestation. And just now, from previous keynote speaker also, they also talk about the renewable energy and also the reforestation. Okay, but now we know that this is not an easy. To achieve these ambitions requires more than a policy. It demands economic transformation. It demands the transformation from many people, from consumers, from leaders, from business managers, and so on. So business must redesign how they create value, how they interact with supply chain management, and how they communicate with consumers also. Okay, next we go to the next slide. I have a few examples here. For example, in Malaysia, we have Petronas Gentari. Petronas Gentari, they invest heavy investment in solar now, hydrogen, and also EV infrastructure, transforming Malaysia energy landscape. And also we have Sime Darby Plantation, the pioneering methane capture technology reducing emissions from palm oil production. And also I study about the Pertamina Indonesia, explore biofuel innovation using waste materials for cleaner energy solution, and also go to group, Gojek and so on. They integrate with paperless online and so on. So this example prove the net zero future is about economic resilience and innovation, not just the environment. Okay, next slide. Okay, actually, there are four pillars. There are four pillars of net zero strategy. What can I share with you today is the first one is, let me elaborate on a few pillars. The first is renewable energy transition. Actually, a previous keynote speaker already touched more about this. For example, the first pillar is renewable energy. There are so many multinational company, organizations that strategize to be to this kind of pillars. For example, in Malaysia, Tenaga Nasional Berhad, TNB, aims to achieve 8.3 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2025. Solar farms in Kedah State, hydro project in Perak, and so on. And also in Indonesia, I think there are called PLN. PLN is piloting community-based renewable energy projects in remote island, combining solar and micro hydro system also they have. The economic benefit is clear. Renewable energy reduce long-term operational costs, enhance energy security, and also support green employment. Okay, this is the first pillar. The second one may be circular economic models. It is about we design out waste and keeping materials in use for as long as possible. For example, IKEA. IKEA buyback program. We have IKEA. They have a buyback program, which is they allows customer to sell back used furniture. For example, again in Nestle, in Malaysia, Nestle Malaysia has launched packaging collection initiative in Kelantan and Terengganu to encourage recycling among rural consumers. This model reduce pressure on landfills, save raw materials, appeal to environmentally conscious customers, proving that sustainability and profitability can coexist. So we have to circulate economic models to make sure that the strategy of the net zero strategy can be achieved. Okay, the third one is green finance and ESG integrations. And we also heard just now from our speaker from Brunei about the green finance, sukuk, and so on. So this third pillar, we know that the sustainability is not only the operational. This is also related to the financial. Investors today look for companies that integrate with the ESG, with the environmental, with the social, with the governance principles. Again, in Malaysia, Bursa Malaysia has made sustainable mandatory. Similarly, also in Indonesia, I think the OJK support green bonds and has launched the Sustainable Finance Roadmap 2021 to 2025 also. So I think we are on track to achieve the green finance and also the reliance to the ESG integration. So these policies guide companies to allocate capital towards sustainable ventures from renewable project to the social enterprise. Okay, the last pillar of net zero strategy may be from the technological innovation. Technological accelerate sustainability, of course. Artificial intelligence, we are living in the AI. So the artificial intelligence help firm analyze energy consumption. Blockchain ensures supply chain transparency. We have Internet of Things, IoT, sensors track resource use in the real time. In Japan, Toyota in pioneering hydrogen fuel cell technology, while in Samsung in South Korea design recyclable packaging and also the energy efficient devices. Technology provide the tools, but it is human decision that determine how they are used. So maybe we can move to the next slide. Okay, now the human side is very important. The human side, let's go to the green minds that shape bull markets. So here we can see that the rise of the conscious consumers. Now we concerned about how this product can contribute to the environmental. We keep asking ourselves, right? Just nowadays, that is our green minds. So, ladies and gentlemen, while policies and technologies are essential, true transformation happens only when people change, when we cultivate green minds. Consumers today are more informed, more empowered, and vocal about the environmental and social impact of the product that we buy. The rise of the conscious consumers. Okay, studies show that 70 to 80% of consumers in Southeast Asia prefer brands that demonstrate a clear commitment to sustainability. This is especially true among millennials and also Generation Z, who are sustainability not just as a lifestyle choice, but as a moral responsibility. In Malaysia, brands like The Body Shop, Dark Group, Econes have embraced sustainability through ethical sourcing. There are very eco-friendly packaging and also make social CSR among the societies. In Indonesia also, I make a study. Wardah Cosmetics stands out by combining halal values with environmental responsibility. And this authenticity resonates strongly with Muslim consumers across the region. Even small businesses are joining in. Local entrepreneurs now market zero waste soaps, bamboo toothbrush, and also refillable cleaning products. So we can see that the rise of the conscious consumer nowadays, green minds create new market opportunities. So this trends reveals the new market opportunities nowadays. And we go to the marketing with authenticity for the next slide. For the marketing element, not all sustainability claims are genuine. So we can also play our role in terms of the marketing. In terms of the marketing, we have to market our product, we have to make marketing with authenticity. Okay, please move the slide to the next slide. Okay, this is the example, the examples just now. Next slide. Another slide. Okay, marketing with authenticity, avoiding greenwashing. Greenwashing when firm exaggerate or fabricate eco-friendly credentials erode consumer trust. You claim that this is eco-friendly, but actually not. This is erodes the consumer trust for your product. So therefore, the authentic green marketing must be backed by measurable actions, reduce emissions, sourcing responsibility, and reporting transparent. So, for instance, I can I put here also the authentic leadership for marketing. For instance, Grab Indonesia, Grab for Food initiative promotes electric vehicle adoption and carbon offset program. In Malaysia, we have also Maybank Sustainability Blueprint, which they integrate community empowerment with green financing. Both company show how authenticity build trust between the organization and also the consumers. Okay, next slide. So we know that understanding consumer psychology is essential to promote sustainability choices. People often want to act sustainable but face barriers, higher prices, inconvenience, a lack of information. So here, behavioral economics can help. For example, Lotus Malaysia, they offer discount to consumers who bring reusable bags. Starbucks in Indonesia give point to customers who use their own cups. Shopee and Lazada promote eco-delivery options that bundle shipment to reduce carbon footprints. So this is an example of we can act, we can make a few strategies to make it sustainable and to achieve a zero net in the future. So even though there are small incentives and also repeated frequently, can shift habit, one purchase, one click, one refill at a time. So lesson from Malaysia, Indonesia and beyond, because normally in my slide, I will um, uh, make a few examples from Malaysia, from Indonesia, from Asian countries also. So what we learned, lessons from the things that I arise, when we compare sustainability journeys across nation, we see diverse paths leading toward a shared goal. Malaysia approach may be large corporate led, with strong emphasis on ESG compliance and renewable energy investment. We also focus on the renewable energy investment. The government support this through the Green Technology Financial Scheme and My Hijau certification. Just now we heard from Mr. Ahmad, the general manager of a bank, I think governor of bank, Indonesia, said about the hijau, the budaya hijau also. And we have also in Malaysia, Malaysia approach. And also in Indonesia, I think the next slide. In Indonesia, models integrate local wisdom, empowering a village and cooperative to implement waste management. I think so. Yeah, there are a lot of models, organizational models that we implement waste management, reforestation, ecotourism project, also one of the strategy. In Japan and South Korea, it demonstrates how long-term industrial policy backed by innovation create sustainable industry. Europe also, they have gold standard in policy alignment through the European Green Deal, which combines regulation, innovation, funding, and also citizen engagement. So from this example, one insight stand out. Sustainability is strongest when a government, a business, academia, and all collaborate. This is not a race of competition, but a journey of cooperation between all. So the next slide, I think, rethinking marketing through um, 4 Ps. I think previous about the 4 Ps. I just want to touch on the 4 Ps that we know about the marketing, product, promotion, place, price. Um, a sustainable future requires marketing to rethink about the 4 Ps. Everybody know, I think students here also know about the 4 Ps in the marketing principles of marketing. In terms of the product, we have to design goods that last longer, can be repaired or recycled, and also eco-friendly materials. In terms of the price, we have to make sustainable options affordable, sometimes small margins lead to long-term loyalty. In terms of the place, use local supply chains to reduce transport emissions and support communities. In terms of the promotions, communicate sustainability through honest storytelling, not exaggerate claims or make false promotion. So marketing must move from selling consumption to promoting responsibility. And also in Malaysia, we have also digital communications, whereas they promote the Go Green. In Indonesia, we have Tokopedia, has entire eco-friendly shopping category where consumers can easily find sustainable products. Okay, a call to action, cultivating green minds for bold markets. Before I conclude, let us reflect on this journey together. Achieving a net zero world is not only about reducing carbon, it is about rethinking about what progress means to us. A bull market is one that values both profit and purpose. A green mind is one that understands that every small decision, every purchase, every policy, every innovation contributes to the bigger picture. The transformation towards sustainability begins not in factories or office, but in the human heart and mind, in the consumer behavior. So we must move from the mindset of doing less harm to create more good, from seeing sustainability as an obligation to seeing it as an opportunity for innovation, inclusion, and inspiration. Together, we can build bold markets that value both profit and purpose, creating a future that uplifts people, planet, and ensure lasting impact for generations to come. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us commit to cultivating green minds that think critically and bold market that act courageously. Let us inspire our consumers, students, and industries to embrace sustainability not because they have to, but because they want to, because it represents who they are and what they stand for. So, with that, may this conference be a source of new ideas, strong collaborations, and lasting impact, not just for our economics, but for the generations to come. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Mazuri, for your inspiring insight and thoughtful reflection. Your discussion beautifully connect the power of consumer behavior with the broader mission of building sustainable and responsible market. And it reminds us that meaningful transformation begin not only with innovation and policy, but also with cultivating green and conscious mind among consumer and business alike. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to the Q&A session. I open in this first session 3 questions. Please mention your name and your affiliation. 1, 2, and 3. The red boys.
Cek. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Samsul Arifin. I am graduate student from Master of Science in Islamic Economic, the Universitas Airlangga. And also I am alumni from Sharia Economic from here, Universitas Jember. And thank you for the insightful presentation for our speakers. I want to ask that I'm currently conducting research on designing a sustainable financial model for Islamic boarding schools, integrating Islamic social finance and entrepreneurial approaches, this is my specialization of my research. And I want to ask to Dr. Abdu, my question is, how can the concept of net zero and sustainable business transformation be aligned with Islamic social finance principles to strengthen the financial resilience of faith-based institutions like Islamic boarding school? And the second question for Dr. Miguel, I want to ask, from your perspective, maybe what are the key enablers for small-scale institutions such as schools or community enterprises to integrate sustainability and net zero principles into their financial and operational models? As you know, maybe in Indonesia right now is hype Koperasi Merah Putih as the program for the president. And maybe the third question for Dr. Mazuri. This is maybe this also connected to other trend in Indonesia. Many people prefer buying thrifted clothes, but the clothes it's good or bad thing for the future. The trend is good or not. A lot of these second-hand clothes are imported from the other countries, while some are still in good condition or in so many bad clothes, and they could end up just ended to fashion waste later. This is good or not for our environmental in Indonesia, or maybe in Malaysia have the condition. Thank you. This is the question.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. I think the question can be direct to answer. Pak Abdu, maybe? Okay. About the movement concept of net zero emission and financial resolution.
Okay, Samsul Arifin ya. Okay, thank you, Mas Samsul Arifin. Basically, your questions is about how can we adopt and adapt the Islamic finance, bringing the spirit of resulting in net zero, right? While having a sustainable business in Islamic boarding school. Am I correct? Islamic boarding school, yeah? Islamic boarding school. All right. So yeah, basically, I think I skipped one of the key points under the sustainable business transportation just now in my presentation, which is trying to discuss about the key drivers of the transformations. Yeah. So number one is the climate commitments, okay, and number two is financial innovations, which I propose to have an Islamic financial innovations, okay, and then technology shift, and then consumer and investor pressure, okay. So now I think we need to do it, like step by step, okay. You can start with discussing with the respected people in the boarding school that basically involved with these transformations to have the commitments on the net zero first. This is our goals, yeah? And we need to understand about the goals, yeah? When I was in high school, I remember I read a book on the vision, the book called. Yeah? So we start from the end. So it means that we know where we will end. Yeah? So we need to understand the net zero. This is our goals, and this is the parameters of this is basically what the Islamic boarding school can contribute in terms of the net zero, especially the what you call NDC, yeah, the country itself. And then, of course, second stage is to find the most suitable Islamic financial, instruments. Yeah, because I'm not sure because it's a half information that you provided. Maybe are you just started or you're not even started? I don't know about that, but try to discuss and agreed on the most suitable Islamic financial instruments. Yeah, maybe wakaf, yeah, or maybe you can start on doing something, because I know that there are some pesantren, they use they use rubbish, they collect rubbish and then they manage. I'm not sure how they do that, but I read from one article that they manage to survive, the pesantren, okay, by collecting rubbish and then doing some other things with the rubbish so that it can be a useful things or something. Yeah. So I think you can also think about that. You know, there are in Islamic finance, it is not what you call that. You are not forced to use only like one or certain instruments. Yeah, you are given the liberty to choose which instrument is the most suitable for you. Okay, the only thing that underline it is riba free, right? And it is a gharar free, right? As well as it is basically gambling free. Okay, as long as you free of those things, that's basically uh, part of the Islamic finance instruments. Yeah? And of course, try to find the business that is sustainable, not only sustainable in terms of providing profit for your Islamic boarding school, but it's also sustainable in terms of supporting the environment. Right, so I think yeah, that's kind I can share, yeah, for your questions.
Is it clear, Mas Samsul? Okay. Second question for Dr. Miguel about the perspective community integrated about the financial and operational model.
Okay, great. Okay, perhaps one first idea, yeah? You mentioned about a specific type of SMEs, no? Boarding schools. Okay, that's an interesting thing because probably during the session, I personally was treating SMEs as a single group, no? As if all the SMEs are the same, no? But there are 65 million of small enterprises and the diversity is just so extreme, no? And you are right that each type of company have opportunities to and challenges, no, to adopt this net zero transition. For a school, I remember a friend who has a university and who was showing me the campus, and then the campus was all designed with a sustainability mentality, which means the spaces were created to use the least amount of resources, for example, water, electricity, air conditioning, maximizing also the use of spaces, which means the most number of shared places, the schedule of the school. But what I realized from this guy is that he was adopting that not only because he didn't want to pollute, but because he wanted to save money. So he discovered that beyond the desire to conserve the environment, there is also financial implication because there are savings, no, coming from better use of resources, more efficient use of resources, which many small enterprises can actually contribute with. No? So schools mostly deal with that because you are dealing with the students, no? The way you use the resources. There is also an educational component because they also have to think how they transmit this to the students. Yeah, and also, yeah, of course, if 65 million small enterprises cooperate with something, the benefits are super large. Huh? But yeah, my point is there is a financial contribution. It's not everything about cost. It's also there are some financial benefits that small enterprises can actually discover, as Dr. Masmuri has indicated, no? In value creation.
Is it clear, Mas Samsul? Okay, the third question to Dr. Mazuri about the compare the condition about the good or not environmental in Indonesia and Malaysia, about the goods green and about the regulation. Dr. Mazuri.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I think for Indonesia and also Malaysia and other countries, I think I will touch on the waste management. So for every country, uh, Malaysia, Indonesia, and country mana-mana pun, we have to make or implement waste management because the waste management ni dia ada banyak procedures and so on. So every country should ada implementation of the waste management. Nak kata good or bad, berbalik kepada negara itu, tetapi overallnya adalah implementation of the waste management is very important because we have to plan, we have to prepare, we have to make audit, we have to conduct a waste audit for every country, in terms of the household, organic, plastic matters, and so on. we have to establish a waste management team. Kena ada team, kena ada kumpulan, kita kena ada responsibilities, ada person in charge to oversee the waste management team. And also we have to set a goals, regardless of which country, kita kena ada satu goals lah, target kepada waste management. And we have to follow the waste hierarchy, because sometimes we want to reduce, we want to reuse, we want to recycle. I think we also learn from Japan, the recycling, whatever. I think generally is wherever we are, we have to set one procedure, waste management, a very systematic, a very established, whereas we set the goals into the waste management. And also promote and educate the waste management to all of us, to a community, not only for certain group only, but we have to implement to all, even though for our young kids and so on. So promote and educate is very important. We have to raise awareness also. I think my explanation is not about the cloth only, or to the fashion waste only, but to all the elements in the under all the industry.
Thank you, Dr. Mazuri. How is the answer?
Yes.
Any feedback?
Thank you for the answer, insightful answer, and thank you so much.
Okay, you're welcome. Next questions, please. Next questions. In the center, the hijab girl.
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for moderator for this opportunity. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Yuliana Insyarov from the Development Economic Program, Faculty Economy and Business, University of Jember. Allow me to ask a question for speaker. First, okay. First question for Mr. Dr. Miguel. The presentation showed that most technological solution already exist, yet a large environmental problem persists. Do you think the main barrier lies in policy design, financial incentive, or cultural recognition within firm? How can this barrier be realistically addressed? Okay. Second question for Dr. Mazuri. You mentioned that sustainability starts with cultivating green minds. How can educational institutions and business practically collaborate to nurture the green values among younger generations? That's all my question. Thank you, moderator. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. First question to Dr. Miguel. But the main barrier lies in policy design, financial incentive, and cultural resistance within firm.
Yes. Okay. Yes. That's a great question. It's $1 million question. Yeah. Because if we know the answer, it's easy to implement. Huh? But what I will say is that actually there are different factors contributing to how come we cannot close the gap. No, we have good solutions. We have a problem. Why we cannot just implement it and solve it? And yes, there is a component of knowledge. No, I mean there is a lack of general knowledge about enterprises about what are the best solutions they can adopt for their businesses. So there is a knowledge component on this. The other one is about resources, and I think Robert Hales mentioned that the scarcity of resources that companies face, which is related to finance. I mean, they naturally face restrictions or limitations with resources. Now, imagine with the limited amount of access to capital you have, the last thing you will think about it is to invest in a waste management facility, no? So you need money for a machine or for a factory or for, but you are not going to spend in things which are not essential to your business now. So there is a problem there with the financing. I mean, I hope really that the BI, the Bank in Indonesia initiatives of trying to put more money into that market, yeah. Which this is that, and actually I have made this criticism to, more than criticism, this feedback to the financial sector, is that there are few green projects in the banking system for these kinds of solutions. If you go to a bank and you want to borrow money for a sustainability project, I mean, you are unbankable. I mean, they won't lend you money to carry out on sustainability. They will lend you money to finance a machine. They will lend you money to buy raw materials. They will lend you money to expand your market, but not to solve a financial problem. No? So banks need to create new products that can actually cater to these needs of sustainability projects, particularly for small companies. And perhaps the third one is about capacity, no? I mean, the capability of implementing those technologies. Dr. Masuri was also mentioning that we have been a little bit, I mean, the sustainable solutions sometimes are faced by consumers as an increasing cost. So it costs me more, no, to buy a sustainable product, or it's less comfortable, it's less convenient, it's messy, it's difficult, it's not practical. So yeah, there is a component there in which their business need to really readapt their business models towards sustainable products that create money and value for them and for the consumers.
Thank you, Dr. Miguel. How is answer? Any feedback, Juliana?
Thank you. Very inspirable.
Okay. The question for Dr. Mazuri from Juliana about the green mind, Dr. Mazuri. How can educational institutions and business practically collaborate to nurture this green value among younger generation, Doctor?
Yeah, thank you, Juliana. Okay, actually, cultivating a green environment from the youngest, this is very important for our children, for our sisters, younger sisters. So this is very important, whereby we can educate them in schools, or we can integrate the environmental curriculum in their syllabus, in their education from school. We need to cultivate in the foundational knowledge, for example, di tahap satu lah dekat sekolah. So we can make integrative learning masa di sekolah, and then also we must combine the younger children also to involve in the community. Encourage participation in the community. They want to see with their eyes how the green environment is making use the hand, and also we lead by example. We as a parent, we lead as an example. Reduce, recycle plastic and so on. Make eco-friendly choices. Don't throw everything rubbish and so on. So the most important is how we raise environmental or the green aspect to our youngest by educate them from earlier. The best thing is at house, at home, and also we inculcate in the syllabus from the sekolah rendah. And the other one is outdoor exploration. Maybe the parents make love nature by taking our children to the nature. Gardening, for example, start a family garden to teach kids about where food come from and so on. I think there are many more activities that can be made during the youngsters. Thank you, Juliana. It's okay?
It's okay, Juliana?
Okay, Miss. Enough.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I open the last questions. One questions again, please. Okay.
This. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Maldino. I'm from Faculty Economic and Business, University of Jember. Thank you for the insightful discussion. I would like to one question for Mr. Hals. My question is, as SMEs face financial and technical barriers to sustainability, how can government support them in achieving net zero goals?
Can you
Thank you.
repeat the first part of the question? I couldn't hear the first part. Can you repeat?
Can you repeat?
As SMEs face financial and technical barriers to sustainability, how can government support them in achieving net zero goals?
It is clear, Dr.
Well,
Hales?
I mean, it's a whole suite of policies. You know, I think the emphasis at the moment is on two ways. One is targeting the big side of town, like with sustainability disclosures and climate disclosures. And then that is in Australia, for example, and elsewhere, that is going to be rolled out to SMEs. However, that is a huge cost to MSCs. So there's going to be supporting mechanisms with that. So that's why I know that's coming down the track here in Australia and other countries as well. So with the compliance, with the regulation, there'll be supporting mechanisms. You can't just have that onto that regulatory burden without the supporting mechanisms. So for example, those supporting mechanisms and incentives, one of the best things to do, and some people are advocating this, is, for example, business subsidies for electric vehicles for businesses, because it hits so many goals. You know, you have batteries for the business because you plug it in, you've got a battery. For your solar system on the business, it's cheaper if it's subsidized, especially for the business. So it's good, you know, helps businesses out, helps emissions reduction. Yeah, so thinking about the right sort of incentives that actually target multiple domains of the climate sustainability activity of business at the same time as regulation comes in. So I think that's what we're going to see, is that thinking. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Hales. Hi, Maldino. Is it enough? Is it clear?
Then more than enough. Thank you, sir.
Okay. We have time 5 minutes again to Q&A session. Maybe one question again. The last. Okay. Okay, Pak Mardianto.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
I am Agus Mahardianto. I'm a lecturer here in the Faculty of Economics and Business. It's really interesting, insightful presentation from all the speakers. My question is about the clean energy. You know, let's say in Indonesia, the electric vehicle, the government said, is it really clean energy? But you know, the source of the electric vehicle is from mining, coal mining. You know, the coal mining really harmful to the environment. And yeah, let me know the experience from all the speaker, maybe from the Dr. Robert from the Australia, and yeah, in Malaysia or in Brunei and Mexico, about how we can shifting from the coal mining, it's called maybe dirty energy, to clean energy. I know this is not too easy. Cost of political transactional cost, it's really, yeah, it's not too easy. And how the experience from all the country. And the second is the challenge. the challenge for the shifting from the dirty energy to clean energy, let's say from the case in the electrical vehicle. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Agus, about the question to all the speakers about the how we can shifting the clean energy, because there is the political and transaction cost in there. Maybe Pak Abdul first. Oh, Dr. Miguel. Okay, Dr. Hills. About the how can we shifting the clean energy, because there is a political and transaction cost about the case in Australia.
Yeah, I think the first question was about is really electric vehicles, are they really green, and what are the issues associated, say, with mining, and looking at full life cycle costs and full costs, not just economical or financial costs. And that is a big issue, and I think there are significant issues with that. Just because of the emissions reduction of electric vehicles is quite significant compared to petrol. I think there's no choice. That's the pathway to go. However, there needs to be improvements, like you say. The circularity of batteries is not great at the moment, but that's not far away. The innovations coming into circularizing all aspects of batteries is not far away, but there are even second life opportunities for Tesla batteries. That I know there's companies here in Australia, and I know there must be in Indonesia, where repurposing Tesla batteries after car crashes, because the batteries last 15 years, they might not be as good for a car, but they can easily be linked together for batteries for other purposes. So, and the mining is a major issue. But even considering that, once you get the supply chains, because that's scope 3 emissions reduction, and scope 1 and 2 in the sources of those countries mean that then the whole upstream or downstream sides of the production is looked at efficiently. So we're not there yet, but it's the direction we're going. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hills. How about in Malaysia, Dr. Mazuri?
Okay, actually I'm not the expertise in this coal mining whatever, but I come across one article, the future of coal mining towns, the shift to renewable energy. Actually, this strategy is the technology involve a big technology, huge powered industry, and need our country strategy, a lot of challenges, giving many cause. And now I think Rob also said just now, we are in that directions, and there are many challenges, country by country maybe face about the challenges to the coal mining industry. And I also come across the scale of energy demand and emissions. We have large scale electricity demand, which is highlight how coal can help meet the nation's energy needs. And at the end, we need a policy investment also, and also the industry responsibility. So at the end, maybe the economic opportunities for coal towns is there, and we should continue. The coal mining will continue to be crucial in diversifying energy lah. Maybe what we call the strategy is towards 20, 30, 40, 50, towards our strategy to the net zero. Just now we talk about the net zero. So overall is this is good, but the future of coal mining is demand. But every country faced with technology challenges, also costing, because this is a huge industry. Okay.
If I could add something else there. We did a job last year with PLN, looking at governance of an ESG within PLN Indonesia, and with a whole team of 25 people from PLN. And one of the things we were talking in that course was retirement of coal-fired power stations with carbon credits. So PLN is actually looking at this and also have a just transition strategy within. But, you know, there's some roadblocks, just like Australia. We have some roadblocks that mean that this can't happen as quickly as we might like. But I think that there's significant work in that area happening in terms of coal and transition for. And globally, we don't have many 100% examples, but there's work in progress on retiring coal-fired power stations with carbon credits globally.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Hills, for the answer. How about in Brunei Darussalam, Pak Abdu? Yeah.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm not representing government of Brunei Darussalam here. So I'm not really sure of what Brunei basically has done, but I believe all the countries are going towards the same directions as the Paris Agreement already stated. But if I may, share the Islamic perspective on that, you see, Allah has provided everything for the human being. Okay, let's say coal mining, destructing the forest and whatnot. Yeah, well, if that is the way for us to get the energy, so why not? The thing that we have to do is to reforestation. Okay, pay back to the nature. You know, don't just leave the forest like that. Okay, without any attention either from the government or maybe from the private institutions. So there's always, the process, yeah, in order to get something. And I think if at this moment we can only get the coal mining is the main source for the electricity in most of the countries. So it doesn't matter, but the research, innovation, it has to be, as a Muslims, okay, we are basically strongly encouraged to do innovation, right? Al-aslu fil asya al-ibaha fil mu'amalah hatta yadula dalil ala tahrim. So basically, the default in mu'amalats is permissible, okay? Means that permissible means innovation is strongly encouraged in Islam, not the other way around. You know, some people think it the other way around, that Islam is so rigid, we are not allowed to do this, to do that. No, it's actually not. You know, we are basically strongly encouraged to do innovations. Yeah, electricity innovations, blah blah blah. As long as you remove all the haram things, like for example, la darar wa la dirar, means after you do this, taking all those coal minings or doing that, do reforestation, give back to nature, so that the next generation can also utilize it. Wallahu a'lam bishawab.
Okay, how about in Mexico, Pak Miguel?
Well, Mexico and Indonesia are very close friends, in the sense that we face very similar problems and we tend to solve things very similarly. For example, Mexico, I say this because in countries like Indonesia or Mexico with plenty of natural resources, shifting from coal to other is like, you must be crazy, It's like in your mind, the first thing is like, why, if we have so much coal and we have so much, why are we going to invest into these very expensive technologies? This is the logic of Donald Trump, they're in there. So of course, since we have scarcity, we don't have much money to invest, and then we have to maximize, and then the country is growing, and we need power. Because also for many years, that's what the international agencies are telling you. You need more power, So we are building power. And now to transit, it's like you invest already a lot for the last 20 years. Now, how are you going to close down those factories? So we face a big dilemma because of the resources that we have. One of the things is that, we have to look within that scenario on solutions that are more environmental friendly. For example, now there are better technologies within the coal mining things. No? When you can use coal, no, to generate electricity, it's not yet proven that it's really cleaner and as powerful as, but there are possibilities there within the coal. Or for example, what Indonesia is doing now, mixing. Yeah, you are mixing your fuel with palm oil, biofuels, no, that you create. Or the other one is by improving the efficiency of the vehicles. Okay, and the third one is by developing public transportation. Okay, I mean, there is not a single solution to a big problem as the one that we are facing. Yeah, but since we have a lot of resources and little money, the natural reaction of these countries will be make use of the resources and let's figure out what to do in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Miguel. Is it enough, Pak Agus?
Really great answer. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, I am apologize from the committee for the online participants because the time is limit. If you have a question to the speaker, you can deliver the question to the committee and the committee will deliver to the speakers. We are apologize because we have a limited time. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to end our discussion and Q&A session. It has been a truly enriching exchange of ideas, insights, and perspective from our distinguished speaker and engaged participants. From today's presentation, we have learned about sustainable business transformation is not only about adopting new technologies, but also reshaping mindset, strengthening institution, and fostering collaboration across sector and nations. We were reminded by Dr. Miguel that innovation and policy synergy are essentials to empower local enterprise and close the development gap. From Dr. Abdu, highlight how Islamic finance can offer ethical and inclusive solution to support the net zero agenda. And from Dr. Hales, emphasize the importance of the governance and leadership in lighting business such as small medium enterprise with climate goals. And Dr. Mazuri beautifully underlined the role of consumer behavior and green value in creating a truly sustainable market ecosystem. Together, this insight reminds us that sustainability is a shared journey, one that requires commitment, creativity, and compassion from every level of society. As we close this plenary session, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and hope that has filled this room today, and let inspire us to turn ideas into meaningful action for a greener and more inclusive future. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to all the speakers, Dr. Miguel, Dr. Abdu, Dr. Mazuri, and Dr. Hales, and all participants for your valuable contribution and active engagement. Before I close, I will read the pantun in English. Please say cakep. Okay. The session ends, the heart are bright. Your talk and smile we hold so clear. Thank you all for sharing your light. See you again in ICEBAST next year. Okay, we now conclude the plenary session of ICEBAST 2025. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much to Mr. Muhammad Abdul Nasir for leading the keynote session so smoothly and engagingly.
We kindly ask Mr. Abdul Nasir, Dr. Miguel, and Dr. Abdu to stay on stage, and we kindly request Profesor Dr. Istifada, Profesor Novi, dan juga Ibu Dr. Nining untuk maju ke depan to hand over the certificate and souvenir to the moderator and invited speaker.
All right, thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a lunch break before continuing to the next agenda.
Untuk sesi makan siang telah disediakan oleh panitia dan berada di utara ruang IR Soekarno.
After the lunch break, the session will be continued in the parallel classes. The classes are located on the south side of this room and on the second floor. Please follow the directional sign or ask our committee members for assistance about your class.
The parallel sessions will run until 4:40 p.m. and once all sessions are completed, offline participants are kindly requested to return to the main hall. And for the offline participants are requested to return to the room Zoom, during which we will announce the best paper and best presenter awards. And for the attendance form will be shared during the closing session.
Kami persilahkan kepada para hadirin untuk menikmati istirahat makan siang. Kami informasikan bahwa makan siang berada di utara ruangan ini. Berada di ruang kelas 4. Mohon ikuti petunjuk arah yang tersedia atau bisa menanyakan langsung kepada panitia yang bertugas.
Terima kasih dan silakan memanfaatkan waktu ini untuk beristirahat, menikmati hidangan dan bersiap untuk sesi selanjutnya.
Bapak Ibu peserta di ruangan multimedia dipersilakan untuk menuju tempat makan prasmanan yang ada di ruang 4. Bisa keluar lewat pintu utara dan ruangannya langsung ada di depan ruang multimedia.
Recording stopped.
rasa sayang sayangi, rasa sayangi, rasa sayang sayangi. Lihat nona dari jauh, rasa sayang sayangi.
Sama gunung di sini gunung, tengah-tengah bunga melati. Sana bingung di sini bingung, dua-dua teman sejati. Kalau ada sumur di ladang, boleh kita menumpang mandi. Kalau ada umurku panjang, boleh kita berjumpa lagi. Rasa sayangi, rasa sayang sayangi. Lihat nona dari jauh, rasa sayang sayangi, rasa sayangi, rasa sayang sayangi. Lihat nona dari jauh, rasa sayang sayangi, rasa sayangi, rasa sayangi. Jauh di Matobo, gunung sansai baku lilian. Takkan ajo kawan-kawan lamo, sangkek basulian sulian. Dulunya nak elo, suko bakotong royo. Kau susah samo diraso, dan takkan ajo kampuan. Ada najo kampuan, induk ayah anu sadogyo. Raso mangimbang-imbang tempuran, dan takkan najo kampuan. Ampar-ampar pisang, pisangku belum masak. Masak sabigi di hurung bari-bari. Mangga lepok, patah kayu bengkok, bengkok dimakan api, apinya janjulupan. Nang mana batis kutu, dikit bidawang. Nang mana
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Cek. Berapa ini? Sak panitia gak apa-apa wis. Cek. Cek. Mas Rijal boleh minta tolong nggak? Sound komputer agak dikecilin.
Ayo Hanum, cari.
20.
Warganya ayo Hilang saat perjalanan ya Num ya.
Anak etiknya mana ini? Cek. Halo, selamat siang teman-teman semuanya. Ya, lapar.
Lapar ya, habis ini makan. Ya.
Teman-teman, kami butuh bantuannya untuk kalian mengisi bangku-bangku yang ada di ruang kelas paralel.
Sambil makan gak apa, jadi duduk
Ya.
sambil makan aja.
Jadi
Enjoy.
mekanismenya gini, kalian nanti akan dibagi ke 3 sampai 5 orang per kelas. Ya, 3 sampai 5 orang per kelas. Kelas-kelasnya nih ya, saya sebutkan dulu. Kelasnya enggak. Ini ruangannya pakai abjad ya. Ruang A itu di Zoom-nya di mute. Sudah? Masih bocor nggak Mbak nih?
Cek dulu Mbak nih.
Sudah? Oke, teman-teman, ini ada sekitar 12 sampai 14 ruangan yang harus diisi oleh kelompok-kelompok kecil 3 sampai 5 mahasiswa. Ruangan yang pertama itu di ruang C. Ruang C itu di ruang
Pasca 3.
Pasca 3.
Ini
lantai
kalian
2.
sudah hafal ruang-ruangan di sini belum?
Ruang-ruang sini udah. Oke,
ini
ya.
guys, tolongin nanti ya kakak-kakak kakal-kakal.
Fakultas tur mestinya. Ini keluar dari ruangan ini,
Ada tangga.
belok ke kiri, itu ruang 9, 10, 11. 12. Nah, terus dari keluar ini naik ke tangga itu area ruang kelas pasca. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ada 7. Dari area pasca belok ke kanan ada ruang 20, 19, 18 lab komputer, lalu belok ke kanan ada ruang 17, 16, 15. Yang kita pakai ruangan-ruangan itu. Jadi ruang A itu ada di pasca 1, ruang B pasca 2, ruang C pasca 3, ruang D pasca 4, ruang E pasca 5, ruang F pasca 6, ruang G pasca 7. Kemudian ruang H itu RK 9, ruang I itu RK 10, ruang J itu RK 11. Ruang K dan ruang L itu RK 15, ruang M dan ruang N itu RK 16, ruang O dan ruang P itu RK 17. Ya. Nah, sekarang kita butuhnya itu untuk ruang C, itu pasca 3, itu kita butuh 3 mahasiswa. Ruang D, itu pasca 4, kita butuh 5 mahasiswa. Ruang E, itu pasca 5, itu butuh 5 mahasiswa. Ruang F pasca 6 butuh 5, ruang G pasca 7 butuh 5. Sekarang mungkin langsung dibagi aja, 3 orang, 5 orang, 5 orang, 5 orang. Itu langsung berangkat nanti, gitu.
Gini aja, yang habis ini yang pasca ya, yang pasca
Yang
ikut
pasca
saya bareng di atas. Ya, kalau yang ruang 15, 16, 17 kan tahu kan di lantai 2 yang sebelah sana kan? Ya.
Gak usah
Yang
diantar.
Gak usah diantar.
Ini kan kurang 20 ya?
Gak apa-apa.
Kurang 20 itu berarti nanti.
Gak apa-apa nanti sambil aku tak. Gak apa-apa nanti sambil tuker-tukeran kan gak apa-apa. Aku nanti keliling.
Ya. Jadi teman-teman gini, setelah kalian udah dibagi 3 sampai 5 orang itu, kalian diminta untuk menjadi peserta di ruang-ruang kecil, sudah ada kotak nasi di sana, diminta untuk makan di ruangan itu.
Iya, jadi ceritanya itu
jadi kalian dikasih makan tapi makannya
kan
harus
kalian,
di sana.
Sebentar, kalian kan bingung ya, sebenarnya mau makan di luar nggak apa-apa. Jadi ceritanya itu kita kan punya event nih, jadi event kita tuh hybrid, online dan offline. Ternyata lebih banyak yang memilih online, sehingga konsumsi kita itu banyak. Dan saya kan harus bertanggung jawab kan, nggak mungkin saya bawa pulang kan. Nah jadi saya kasih ke kalian, tapi kalian masuk dulu biar bisa di ini gitu ya.
Jadi itu, nah bentuk dari pertanggungjawaban adalah makanan tersebut diterima oleh manusia dan dimakan oleh manusia yang bisa difoto. Nah, minta bantuan kalian adalah gitu. Jadi win-win nih, kalian dapat kotaan, kami bisa melaporkan bahwa
sudah dimakan.
Konsumsi yang sudah dibeli ini
sudah dimakan. Nggak saya bawa
secara
pulang.
Seharusnya. Ada bentukannya, jadi bukan hanya ada di atas kertas belinya sekian kotak, tapi memang
real.
Sekian kotak itu ada dan didistribusi
memang
secara
dimakan.
Baik, gitu ya. Jadi untuk yang tadi, untuk yang pasca kita butuh 1, 2, 3, 4, 23 orang. 23 orang, komposisinya 4 kelompok 5 jumlahnya dan 1 kelompok 3. Silakan, mungkin langsung diurut gini aja ya.
Random aja sudah.
Random aja, udah langsung barisan pertama, Mbak 1, 2, 3, 1 kelompok. 1, coba berhitung Mbak, 1, 2, 1 lagi, kan butuhnya yang pertama. Ini baru sampai 5, 1, 5, 1 kelompok. 1 kelompok. 1 kelompok. Udah, wait. 1, 2, 3. Butuh 1, 5, 1 kelompok. Ini ke pasca. Gak apa-apa Mas, kan temennya. Kenalan. Nah itu udah ke pasca, Mbak D. Yang 3 orang itu pasca 3. Yang 5 orang pasca 4, 5, 6, 7. Ya. 1, 2 offline. banyak offline-nya. Pasca 3, lainnya 5. Sudah, itu ruang kelas pasca. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oke, kita ke kompleks yang kita ke kompleks 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11 ini butuh, kita mungkin 55 dulu deh. 55 lagi, 55 dulu. Bentar, 575. 57. Berhitung Mas. 1, 3. Lima yang pertama ruang 9, yang 7 yang kedua ruang 10, 5 yang ketiga ruang 11. Silakan. Anterin. Kelar. 9, 10, 11. 9, 10, 11. Baik. Nah. Sekarang 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Bagi 3. Bagi 3 ruangan untuk ruang 15, 16, sama 17. Ini sama Clara berarti 14 ya? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 sama Clara bagi 3. Berarti ruang 15 mungkin 5, 5, 4. 15, 16, 17. 3. Bentar Mas. Kalian aja Mbak. 3 sama Mbaknya, ruang 15. Mas bersama kakak-kakaknya di ruang 16. 5 yang di ruang 16, lainnya di ruang 17. Kamu ruang 17 Lar. Ini 15, yang cewek-cewek ini 15, yang sama cowok-cowoknya sama kakak angkatannya bertiga ruang 16, kalian berempat ruang 17. Lapar.
sebagai kekuatan untuk segala bangsa.
lagu daerah memberikan jiwa ke alam semesta. Terbang ke imajinasi, kehidupan untuk segalanya. Sebuah keindahan yang tercipta dari warna-warninya budaya. Melalui tangan-tangan yang terampil, berdedikasi tinggi serta kemampuan yang mumpuni. Alunan simfoni dalam balutan lagu daerah menjelma beribu membalut khasanah Nusantara. Mengukir alok paras ibu pertiwi, merona pesona negeri pelangi. Inilah mahakarya putra bangsa, bahan lagu-lagu daerah, nyanyian rindu bertahtakan nirwana. Untuk Indonesia bersada tercinta.
saja mau ngapain mau repot. Jangan sampai tua turun dari Freeport. Honeymoon di Inggris, di Paris, di Jerman. So pasti coding saya bareng jalan aman. Kau tolong bilang cintakah tidak, kau cintakah tidak. Jangan sampai dukun bertindak. Kau tinggal jawab maukah tidak, oh maukah tidak. Jangan sampai Ada telepon
cinta kau bilang jangan kau balas sampai sejauh ini sayang. Kau dari awal kau mau main jangan kau buat sampai senyum ini siang. Kalau tercinta kau bilang kau bawa sampai sejauh ini. Saat terlalu cinta saya pikir kau sayang. Saya pikir kau sayang. Kau dari awal kau memancing kau buat saya sampai senyaman ini. Saya terlalu cinta kini saya jatuh. Pas tahu kau terada rasa.
There's no happy ending. I thought you were my everything, always by my side. Why, baby, have to lie? Please go take everything that I gave to you for.
Saatnya ku berkata, mungkin yang terakhir kalinya. Sudahlah, lepaskan semua. Ku yakin inilah waktunya. Mungkin saja kau bukan yang dulu lagi. Mungkin saja rasa itu telah pergi. Dan mungkin bila nanti kita akan bertemu lagi, satu pintaku jangan kau coba tanyakan kembali. Rasa yang ku tinggal mati seperti hari kemarin saat semua di sini.
Check, 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 check.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the final part of ICEBAST 2025, the closing session. In this session, we will have the announcement of the Best Paper and Best Presenter awards, followed by the closing remark. Let's begin with the Best Paper award.
Fisheries Management in the Coastal Region of the Riau Island by the author Satyo Nugroho and the Lestari, Nahdito Vega Prateras, and Aditya Perdana.
The second award is Optimal Investment Strategy for Indonesian Sharia Equities, a comparative backtesting and jurisprudential analysis of and hold dollar cost averaging and active trading on the Jakarta Islamic.
And the third awardee goes to assessing climate change exposure and financial outreach on socio-economic development evidence from selected Asian economies by the author Ruki Munaida and Martin Chowdhury.
Integrating halal, clean, agile, resilience, and sustainability, a structured literary review by the author Dia Hasyana Lasri, Wiwi Handayani, and Satyan Soni Utama.
Sustainable business transformation and market valuation, testing Graham's financial indicators on Indonesia banking stocks, Ayu Wijayatini, Ahmad Budi Al-Mahdi, and Ahmad Hasan Rafiq. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the awardees and also I would like to invite Mr. Hadi Paramu PhD and also Dr. Apriano to present the certificate to the awardees.
We would like to invite the awardees to come forward. And the other awardees will be given through online.
The certificate of recognition for the title is How is the Blue Economy Concepts in Fisheries Management in the Coastal Region of the Riau Island.
Certificate of recognition for optimal investment strategy for Indonesian Sharia equities, a comparative backtesting and jurisprudential analysis of buy and hold, dollar cost averaging, and active trading on the Jakarta Islamic Index 2014 until 2024.
Certificate of recognition for assessing climate change exposure and financial outreach on socio-economic development, evidence from selected Asian economies.
Certificate of recognition for integrating halal, lean, agile, resilience, and sustainability, a structural literature review.
Once again, we want to congratulate to all the best paper awardees of ICEBAST 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the next is we would like to announce the Best Presenter Award of ICEBAST 2025.
Congratulations for Anissa Huda Jannah. The impact of digitalization influence of accountant training on promoting sustainable practices in corporate governance, assisting the director. Congratulations for Ardian Wicaksana Utantoji, the influence of promotion, product innovation, and lifestyle on purchase decision for mixed products in Bangsa.
Congratulations to Ahmad Dahlan Malik, Makasid Behavioral Framework for Achieving Al-Falah in Contemporary Islamic Financial Planning.
Congratulations for Janova Agustianin's Eco-Innovation Analysis of Performance and Group for Sustainability.
Congratulations to Asmiati Bahari, Wan Nur Syahida binti Wan Usman, Siti Nurain Muhammad, Fauzan Mifta, Nanda Patria, Komalasari, Sustainability Disclosure Level Embang University.
Congratulations for Intan Awaria, quantifying the digital revolution with investigation on the impact of digital banking on key indicators of financial performance in Indonesia.
Congratulations to Asifa Nur Safitri, Halal Certification and the Competitiveness of MSMEs, Challenges at the Street Level and Consumer Perception in Gorontalo, Indonesia.
Congratulations for Gilang Pratama Hafiz, digital marketing capabilities and business performance in dynamic and turbulent environment.
Congratulations to Angritian Arianto, analyzing coffee brand switching behavior through variety seeking, promotions, brand trust, and brand image.
Congratulations to all Best Presenter awardees. We would like to invite all awardees to come forward to the stage. And we also request Profesor Dr. Istifada, Bapak Hadi Paramu, dan Bapak Markus to come forward. Once again, to the awardees, please come forward to the stage. Untuk best presenter yang lain, apakah tidak hadir secara offline? Ini mewakili awarding untuk Best Presenter yang hadir secara online. Once again, congratulations to all Best Presenter awardees. Let's give a big round of applause for all our best presenters.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we will hear the closing remark from Professor Dr. Istifada. Professor Dr. Istifada, time is yours.
Baik, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua, salam sehat semuanya. Alhamdulillah masih banyak peserta yang bertahan, ya, baik yang luring maupun yang daring. Pertama-tama saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada panitia yang luar biasa. Tepuk tangan pada seluruh panitia, ya. Luar biasa. Kemudian tepuk tangan kepada PIC Pak Hadi Paramu, ya. Tepuk tangan pada penasehat Pak Markus Abriano. Tepuk tangan kepada struktural para wadek, kajur, sekjur, kaprodi, dan kaleb. Tepuk tangan kepada pemenang, ya, Bu Bayu dan adik-adik yang luar biasa dan yang mengikuti secara daring. Bu Intan, selamat juga pada Bu Intan. Baik, saya kira itu. Alhamdulillah, International Conference ICEBAST 2025 berjalan dengan lancar. Tepuk tangan untuk Mbak Tria dulu ya. Tepuk tangan untuk Mbak Dea dan Mbak Elis ya. Tepuk tangan untuk semuanya ya. Mbak Atika dan semuanya. Tepuk tangan untuk Mbak MC yang cantik-cantik. Tepuk tangan untuk semuanya ya, yang saya sebut satu persatu tapi luar biasa kontribusinya. Tepuk tangan untuk teknisi yang di belakang itu ya. Terima kasih untuk semuanya, semoga ICEBAST untuk berikutnya bisa terlaksana 2 tahun lagi insya Allah, amin amin rabbal alamin. Selamat datang di ICEBAST yang berikutnya Bapak Ibu. Dan sekali lagi selamat dan terima kasih untuk semua yang hadir di sini. Baik, terakhir saya tutup dengan sebuah pantun Bapak Ibu ya. Baik, pergi ke Taman Sari memetik buah markisa. Melihat keramaian paling enak ke Surabaya. Semua yang ada di ruangan ini memang luar biasa. Semoga FEB semakin jaya. Baik, kurang lebihnya mohon maaf. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kami sampaikan kepada Profesor Dr. Istifada. Ladies and gentlemen, as we reach the end of this conference, we would once again like to extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our co-hosts, Institut Teknologi dan Sains Mandala Jember,
Universitas Islam Negeri Kiai Haji Ahmad Sidik Jember,
Universitas Muhammadiyah Jember,
Institut Teknologi dan Bisnis Widyagama Lumajang,
Politeknik Negeri Tanah Laut Kalimantan Selatan,
Universitas Internasional Semen Indonesia Gresik,
Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin Malaysia,
Universitas Jambi,
Universitas Mahasaraswati Denpasar,
Universitas Muhammadiyah Surakarta,
Universitas Tadaluko Sulawesi Tengah,
Universitas Pembangunan Nasional Veteran Jakarta,
Universitas Andalas,
dan Universitas Pembangunan Veteran Jawa Timur.
for being our partners in realizing the success of ICEBAST 2025. Your collaboration has truly contributed to making this event an international milestone.
We also thank to Ikatan Sarjana Ekonomi Indonesia, ICE Jember, for their continuous support.
We also like to thanks to Jember Fashion Carnaval Indonesia. And with that, the 4th International Conference on Economic, Business and Accounting Studies, ICEBAST 2025, officially comes to a close.
Bapak Ibu sekalian, demikianlah seluruh rangkaian acara Internasional Konferensi on Economics, Business and Accounting ICEBAST 2025.
On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all speakers, moderators, and participants for your valuable contribution, enthusiasm, and active engagement throughout today's event.
Atas nama panitia penyelenggara, kami mengucapkan terima kasih yang sebesar-besarnya kepada seluruh pembicara, moderator, dan peserta atas kontribusi, semangat, serta partisipasi aktifnya sepanjang acara hari ini. We truly hope this conference has brought meaningful insights, new perspectives, and inspiring collaboration opportunities in the fields of economics, business, and accounting.
Kami berharap konferensi ini telah memberikan wawasan yang bermakna, perspektif baru, serta peluang kolaborasi yang menginspirasi di bidang ekonomi, bisnis, dan akuntansi. Thank you, and we wish you a pleasant journey home.
May your evening be filled with inspiration and success.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Datang akan pergi, lewatkan berlalu, adakan tiada bertemu, akan berpisah, awal kan berakhir, terbitkan tenggelam, pasang akan surut bertemu, akan berpisah. Hey, sampai jumpa di lain hari, untuk kita bertemu.
Teman-teman panitia bisa merapat ke depan, kita foto bersama terlebih dahulu. Kenapa?